Morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, everyone. We're just waiting to see if we have quorum this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everyone. We're just waiting to see if we have quorum this morning. We might not have quorum. A number of councillors actually have doctor's appointments this morning, so they are there. More than likely, this meeting will be, do we call it recessed, adjourned, or postponed? Adjourned until 1:30 this afternoon. So we'll know that at 1:45. So please hang tight. Thank you very much.
Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you. Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you.
We're getting closer to the 9:45. I think you're noticing not everybody is here, so.
Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? As it is now 9:45 a.m., I will call the roll of members present.
Joe.
I will now call the roll of members present. In attendance, we have Councillor Paula Fletcher and Councillor Joe Cressy. Since we do not have the required number of members for quorum, this meeting stands adjourned until 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to meeting 26 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee. Welcome to members of the committee and, of course, visiting councilors. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back of the room provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. You can follow the agenda and debate it on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at toronto.ca/council. And it is 1:40, not 9:40. In the morning. I would just like to make a brief comment about this morning, and of course, apologies for anyone who was inconvenienced or confused. A couple of days ago, I was asked to attend a very urgent planning matter in North York Community Council at the same time that this committee was to commence deliberations. I had advised Councillor Fletcher that she would be chairing for the morning. Yesterday afternoon, my office was advised that one councillor was ill and that two other councillors had medical appointments that could not be changed. We then took measures beyond the jurisdiction of the chair to move the meeting to 1:30 because we were convinced at that time that we would not have quorum. For those who did not receive notice and came this morning and the meeting was adjourned to 1:30, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. I respect the clerk's obligations that even though I had tried to move the meeting to 1:30, the clerk is still obligated to call for quorum in the morning. We had emailed all senior staff on 2 occasions yesterday at 5:30 p.m. and at 9 p.m. And we had alerted visiting councilors at 8:30 this morning that the meeting would likely take place at 1:30. We had also put the notification of a probable 1:30 start on social media. So once again, I apologize for any inconvenience that might have taken place, and for those committee members that were at doctor's appointments or are ill, I hope all went well at those appointments, and I hope fast recovery for those who were not well enough to attend. So I hope that adds clarity and not confusion. Committee members, we're going to go through the agenda now. Item 1, we're going to hold it because we've had, declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Hearing none. A confirmation of minutes of January 17th, 2018.
Moved.
Moved by Councillor Mihevc. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We do have a speakers list that has been distributed, and we can now go through the agenda. Item 1 is being held. We had a late request for speakers, so we will hold that item. Item number 2, expanding Indigenous Early Years Programs and Services update.
I have a motion on that.
There is a motion on that. Yes, we will be holding that item.
Move it. Lest
With the
there's other
committee's will, we can dispose of that item now. If we want to put the motion on the screen, take a quick look at it.
Just moving this on, Councillor Ainsley was here this morning at 9:30, like a good little councillor, and he asked, I said I would take carriage of this. So this is just asking to report back on a potential site for a childcare at Sir Robert Borden Business and Technical Institute.
Any questions for the mover? Do you want to hold the item? Can we just, yep, we can vote on it now. All those in favor? Against? That is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3, progress on the Toronto Senior Strategy version. It says 1.0 here, but I think it's 2.0. It's 1.0? I thought we were working on 2.0 on seniors. So it's progress on version 2.0? Okay, now that I've confused everybody, anyone want to hold it or move the progress report?
Move the progress.
Moved by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 4, expansion of the Ted Reeve Community Arena Board jurisdiction over covered outdoor arena. Just- Are you here, Councillor McMahon, are you here
Yes,
for
I'm
number
just
4?
here to see it go through and support it.
Oh,
Good
okay.
news story.
All right, well, then Councillor Cressy has graciously offered to move it, which is fine. All those in favor? That's opposed? That is carried. And item number 5, Emergency Shelters Services Update. That's being held for deputations. There has been a request to have speakers, and then a staff presentation. Have I got this correctly? This would be number 5 on shelters. Does everyone seem okay with that? Speakers and then staff presentation. Slightly different variation, but we're flexible people, aren't we? Sometime.
I'm totally okay with that. I just think the presentation, because it's a comprehensive report, may illustrate some of the points that our speakers may speak to is all.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but clarity from the
I
deputy
just want to
city manager?
clarify that the presentation is related to the request that CDR made of us at the last meeting to have a joint presentation from, with the LINs
Oh,
on the health.
and do we have a representative from the LINs here to be part of that
Yes.
presentation? Oh, we do.
So it's that, so it's not, it's in response
It's
to that
very
request.
specific on that. Oh, okay. In
Okay.
that,
I just
see.
wanted to clarify.
So then yes, let's hear from the speakers.
Did they bring money?
Okay, so we're on, back on number 1. We have one deputant, Emily. This is a contract amendment to contract number 470-20183. Just be a little careful there. Powered stretcher solution, all components, all accessories, and accessories.
Hello, CDRC. It's Emily. I have 2 very quick points. One, these stretchers are very much needed, not only for the aging population and the frailness of those people and people with disabilities such as cerebral palsy and other stuff that chronic pain, where sudden movements are very painful and very unnerving and scary. And the electric stretchers will help the ambulance crews be a lot more smooth with transitioning in and out of ambulances, in and out of hospitals, and transitioning the stretcher up and down for accessibility of transferring onto a stretcher. Number 2 is it's great to have the stretchers coming, but there's one other problem, and that's this. Those of us in power wheelchairs, and those of us in wheelchairs in general, our wheelchairs are worth between $15,000 and $70,000, some of them. When an ambulance comes to pick you up, they can pick up your body. They can't take your wheelchair or your equipment that's attached to your wheelchair. So it would be great along with this stretcher contract, also look at the contract of getting more accessible ambulances and getting a better dynamic connection between taking you to the hospital and making sure your specialized equipment arrives at the hospital with you, not hours and hours and hours down the road, or to the point where you're stranded in the hospital wondering how you're going to get home. These stretchers will also help with people that are large, and also help the ambulance crews with less injuries and fatigue, and those of the ambulance personnel who have arthritis or other conditions or back issues. It'll help them be able to work for a longer period in their life and not so much early burnout, because our ambulance personnel are vital. Our paramedics are, for many of us with chronic illnesses, they're the difference between life and death. I, for one, I'm thankful every single day for paramedics, and every time I see one in a Tim Hortons, if I have money, I try to offer them a coffee or tea because they mean the world to me. They've saved my mom's life numerous times, and they need this help. These stretchers will assist them with what they need to do. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you, Emily, very much for bringing that to our attention, and certainly I'm going to ask staff on that very subject. It's neat. Questions for staff on item 1? Well, then I will ask. A very valid point made by the deputant. What do EMS do when they take someone to the hospital who needs some kind of device, whether it be a wheelchair or other kind of assistant device? Does that go into the ambulance? Does that arrive later? How do they get home once they're taken to the hospital?
Through the chair, depending on the situation, the paramedics will make a determination if they can secure the equipment first. So that's the first priority, is being able to secure any additional equipment or personal belongings that they can secure in the car from the health and safety side of things. On those scenes, they will be working with police in a lot of instances to secure some of that equipment so that it can get to the hospital. In some cases, they'll make arrangements with the police of using Wheel-Trans, for instance, and getting that equipment to the hospital. Once it gets to the hospital, it becomes the responsibility of the receiving hospital to ensure that equipment would get back with the patient.
So I'm looking at the width of a wheelchair, and I'm trying to imagine the width of the door of the ambulance. Would a wheelchair that cannot fold up get in there?
No, you're correct. You're correct, and that's where the Wheel-Trans or another mechanism would have to be sought of. So it's a problem-solving solution at the time of the event that becomes a challenge. These power lift stretchers and mechanisms are quite large, so there isn't any additional room in terms of when the doors are open. So unless it collapses down and can be secured, it's very difficult for the paramedics to secure it.
Okay, all right. It's an important issue. I think we should maybe carry it offline. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Someone like to move the recommendations? Councillor Wong-Tam? I know what you're going All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, we're on number 5, Emergency Shelter Services update. And we're going to deputants and then staff presentation. Kira Heineck, Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you again today. I'm just going to check because it sounds a bit funny. Can you hear me okay? All right. On behalf of the Alliance, as you're aware, we are focused on what it will take to end homelessness in Toronto. This does not mean, of course, that we don't understand the critical need for a responsive, healthy, nimble, and welcoming emergency shelter system to meet the immediate needs of people who are unsheltered on any given night. What it does mean, however, is that we insist that it be a modern, effective shelter system and that it be only one part of a robust housing delivery system that puts it to use towards ending homelessness, and is not simply a tool for managing homelessness. In fact, we envision the same kind of improved shelter system as one part of a housing delivery system, as is outlined in the report before you today. And we're here today to say so. We also support the medium and long-term initiatives laid out in this report, initiatives that speak to homelessness prevention and to a continuum of housing development and support services that we so desperately need to make progress together to end homelessness. It is as well encouraging to see increased collaboration and commitment to coordination with the LHINs on client-focused service delivery, and to see direct commitments to creating a mature data and information system to better understand and take action on improved client outcomes and ending homelessness. Some specific examples of how the plans and recommendations in this report are going in the right direction are a full set of shelter and respite center service standards, health service model in shelters working with the LHINs, a pilot to increase access to eligible shelter clients with complex health needs to long-term care beds, preparations for next winter, housing-focused case management using a client-centered and strengths-based approach in the new shelter model, developing new HOT and SSHA housing stability plans focused on prevention and permanent housing solutions, eviction prevention measures, increased coordination and prioritization of people with mental health and addiction challenges through the Homes for Good program. As you may know, a component of this is the Rapid Housing Project that we are pleased to be a part of. Tenants First measures with TCHC, which you can also read in the report, have already housed 200 people directly out of shelters. New deeply affordable housing options led by the Toronto Affordable Housing Office, and city advocacy on the issues of inclusionary zoning with the province. In particular, we want to emphasize the inclusion and prioritization of systems planning and coordination in the actions laid out in the report today. This is one key area is improving data. We are aware of the pilot to integrate streets to homes outreach services into SMIS, the Service Management Information System, and we cannot state enough how important that is, and we look forward to continuing to support its success in 2018. Developing indicators of client flow through the shelter system is also key, as is the exercise and data that will emerge from the upcoming street needs assessment, and exploring advantages of the federal HIFIS data to learn more about Toronto. These are critical elements that we're pleased to see in today's report. Intergovernmental collaboration is another area. I won't list off all the examples, it's in the report, but these are some critical new steps, and I can tell you after 10 years of being the executive director at the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association, measures like this are a big step forward from where we were even 5 years ago. So we commend those as well. And city strategic planning. The interdivisional working group of different city staff departments is critical, something we've advocated for before and are pleased to see today, as is the focus on a strategic vision towards ending homelessness that is being carried into the work on the HOT plan and the new Housing Stability Service Plan. So in conclusion, we commend the committee, all of council and staff in Cluster A, as well as the Affordable Housing Office, for staying focused and committed to a multi-pronged approach that invests in housing options, homelessness prevention, as well as shelters in addressing homelessness. We also appreciate, of course, the role of provincial and federal governments. I'm going to close by sharing this quote with you. Emergency responses like shelters and respite services are important to support people when they are in immediate crisis. However, the real solution to homelessness is to continue to build capacity and in our prevention and housing stability services in order to move towards reducing and ending homelessness in the longer term. Who said this? Your own staff in this report before you today, reflecting no doubt the leadership of this committee during the productive, if difficult, conversations of the last months. Congratulations. And the TAH looks forward to continuing to work together with all parts of the city in eventually ending homelessness. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions for the Deputant, Councillor Mihevc, and Councillor Cressy.
Yes, thank you. If I'm hearing you right and having heard you before and spoken with you before, I have a sense that that your sense of the weakness of the current strategy is that the housing piece is the weakest piece, and that we're not really focusing enough on that piece, which of course then produces more crises in the shelter system. Frankly, it's a message that we've been hearing, like, not for 2 years, not for 5 years, but for 20 years. What would your analysis be of the institutional reasons why we haven't been able to crack that nut? Like, why can't we move to that more holistic, multi-pronged approach, causing us to focus on a more narrow approach?
I'd have to start by saying I think that we have made, and we, I mean all of us working on this issue, have made some significant progress in the last few months. This report is a much more comprehensive articulation of a multi-pronged approach, and we've taken good advantage of the Homes for Good program, which we didn't have before. Not having it before is part of those longer-term structural issues you referenced. And I don't know how much time we have. We could do a whole forum on this issue, but it goes right back probably to 1993 when the federal government stopped funding social and affordable housing in any particular way. Then, of course, we had, I think it was 1996 with Premier Mike Harris, the cancellation of over 20,000 cooperative and nonprofit housing developments. Some already shovels in the ground that were stopped mid-build. So we have a long legacy now of our senior orders of government stepping back from affordable housing creation. We have other issues like, you know, a low vacancy rate, a very expensive competitive housing market. These are other structural issues that have come to bear. And city-wise, there was no focus, analysis, or building of new shelters for 10 years. So again, I'd be very happy to go into those things in detail, but that's my very quick answer. But I do think that this discussion has found a place through these debates, and we feel, I'm here obviously on behalf of the Alliance, that progress is being made, and that the city, you yourselves, again, through recommendations from this committee, through the process, have identified, freed up additional municipal resources, and we believe if the direction in this report is followed, that's a big step forward towards that multi-pronged approach. And don't forget the National Housing Strategy. I ran out of time, but in my written deputation, we do continue to call for a specific city commitment to designate a portion of those funds, particularly for chronic and episodically homeless folks finding housing. That is something that you could do to better leverage federal resources that we now have, or should soon have. I've done a quick review of the budget yesterday. We didn't see anything new. I have to go back and look at it more, but it will come in the following years. We can also do some work to try and speed it up, but.
Councillor Cressy.
So, and thank you, Kara, for being here. So just following up on Councillor Mahavic's line of questions there. So shelters is an emergency response, therefore, and an important one, moving into the housing and the supportive housing. So the report speaks to around 18,000 supportive housing units that are needed in this city. So I guess the question is, as we seek to better collect our data, provide the necessary life-saving emergency response, should we be scaling up our call on the province and the feds to help us with that comprehensive solution? Like, is this all on us, right? Or should we be scaling up that call on the province and feds?
Well, I think it's all on us and more broadly defined. The community, city council, city staff, our elected officials who represent us here in Toronto at the other orders of government. It is on us to identify more clearly what our needs are, and that's why the data is so important, so that we can make real-time evidence-based advocacy positions on what we need. So that way it's on us. I don't think it's on us in terms of city council alone, no. We, as I've also noted earlier, also speak to the other orders of government about their role, and I think progress has been made. But to answer your question or perhaps to think about the next step that your question implies, is to get that data so that we can go to the other orders of government, as we've seen happen in other jurisdictions, and say, we have, 6,000 people who, if we can fund decent 24-hour supportive housing for new build, we will end their homelessness, and then it'll have all these other effects. Part of the alliance is...
Can I just
of course.
Push on that a little bit? Is, this report speaks to, we have the access point waiting list, which has already identified in real data 14,000 people in need of supportive housing.
Yes.
The Wellesley Institute has done their own assessment to say that it's actually more likely 18,000.
Yes.
So should we not just articulate right now that we need 18,000 new supportive housing units? I hear that we can drill down further, but there is data there. It exists. There are people on the waiting list.
Yes.
Shouldn't we just call for 18,000 supportive housing units?
Yes. Now, the call from those other bodies is 18,000 over 10 years, just I think to be realistic about the time
1,800 a
it
year
takes
over
to
10,
come
yeah.
online. I use 6,000 as an example pulled from the air.
Okay.
Yes, the ask would be 18,000. I think that after the street needs assessment, and if we are successful in doing a deeper analysis of the needs of our homeless population, we may find the numbers are higher.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think that starting at 18,000 is probably a good idea. I can tell you that one of the reasons the Alliance came into being is that once we have that data, is to also be the table in the city for a coordinated capital campaign, so that we would have the hard evidence we need to articulate the kind of new build. So that would be with all orders of government, but also with foundations and private sectors.
Okay. That's excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Kate Hayman. Okay, so there's three of you. Okay, so Lois Didick and Drew Silverthorne? Yes. Health Providers Against Poverty.
We need to use a projector if possible. I'm not sure who was on before, it's not now.
Our IT person's coming.
Is my mic on? Yes, it is. There we go. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak today. We are here as members of the Health Providers Against Poverty, the group who compiled this report, the evaluation of warming centers in Toronto, which circulated in January. My name is Lois Didick, and I'm a community mental health social worker who works in East Toronto.
My name is Drew Silverthorne, and I'm a social worker as well who works in supportive housing in Toronto's East End.
My name is Dr. Kate Hayman. I work in downtown Toronto as an emergency physician and also as an assistant professor at the University of Toronto. Every day in the ER, I meet patients who are directly impacted by the lack of affordable supportive housing in Toronto. As a frontline provider, I understand that the shelter system in this city is failing our most vulnerable residents. I'd like to share the story of a patient I met earlier this month, whom I'll call Gord. For many years, Gord has lived with depression and anxiety, as well as a medical condition which causes his vision to deteriorate. Last year, his sight became poor enough that he could no longer work, which caused him to lose his job, his marriage, and ultimately his home. Since then, he's bounced between shelters in the downtown core. On the day that I met Gord, he was in crisis. Not a medical crisis. Gord was in crisis because he had nowhere to go. An entire team of healthcare workers spent the weekend trying to find him a safe place to stay. All of the beds in the city with additional nursing supports were unavailable, and it seemed unconscionable to discharge him to a new shelter environment without the additional supports that he would need to navigate his new living quarters. Ultimately, the best suggestion that we were left with was to discharge him to a warming center, where the staff could at least keep an eye on him in the large room. I'd like you to imagine how a person with no vision would navigate this environment, which you can see on the slides. To discharge him there would be unethical, impractical, and dangerous. Toronto's shelter system is in crisis. As an ER doctor, I recognize that our system cannot wait for solutions. My patients, the most vulnerable residents of Toronto, depend on it.
So I'd like to speak on the response to the HPAP recommendations that the Deputy City Manager issued. While we were pleased with the swift response to our report on the Winter Respite Center conditions, there are a few concerns we'd like to highlight. The first concern is in the Deputy City Manager's report, there are multiple mentions of developing service and maintenance standards specific to the winter respite out of the cold and 24-hour drop-in programs. It is our understanding that these new standards are being developed in order to ensure that these services remain low barrier while also offering adequate conditions. While we appreciate this, we fear that these new standards may act as an opportunity for the city to implement and enforce subpar conditions across these programs in the name of providing quote-unquote contextual standards that do not meet the full range of service users' needs. Our second concern is that much of HPAP's communication with the city has been through the media. Considering the initial lack of response from the city regarding the shelter crisis, we, along with many of our community partners, resorted to using the media to have the city listen to our concerns. While evidently effective, this should not be necessary. Due to the volume of shelter users, community groups, service providers, and advocacy networks that have spoken out on this issue over the past several years, we would like to see the city implement a range of mechanisms that Lois will speak on next.
We've heard agreement that the ultimate response to our crisis is long-term, affordable, and supportive housing for all. At the same time, we have close to 1,000 people trying to survive on the streets every day who just don't have time to wait. We maintain that the city must provide the immediate basics today so that people can live long enough and well enough to benefit from a more comprehensive housing system tomorrow. HPAP stands by the recommendation in its report for 1,500 new shelter beds. However, since the city has already approved 1,000 beds, we stretch the urgency for prompt implementation of these beds, guided by 3 things, which we recommend towards a motion. The first, as you'll see on the screen, is transparency. That this city provide a transparent implementation process, including publicly available targets and updates, so that the public is aware in real time of progress to address the shelter crisis. These could be quarterly reports, open public meetings, online reports. The second is clarity, that the city put forward and make public a formal working definition of low barrier shelters and corresponding low barrier service standards, and that these meet the needs of service users. And the third is urgency, that the city move quickly to develop any new shelter standards, partnerships, and agreements that may be needed so that we can open beds as soon as possible. Any community collaborative processes, which are important, should be brief with a rapid turnaround, resulting in implementation. And that's because we need action now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I have 2 sets of questions. One is around your comments that you had to resort to the media. I'm just thinking how we might address that. In my mind's eye, and staff might go, but it's something like, do we need a community shelter reference group that has 1 or 2 physicians, 1 or 2 people from the lived experience, 1 or 2 people from, I'm not sure, all the different stakeholders, so that we're not basically negotiating and mediating these things at a formal council committee or through the media. Is that something that you think would be a helpful structure that we need to put in place to take some of these discussions that are, in this kind of context, can be very heated and politicized, and take them off, not offline, but in a more helpful context. What do you think of that idea, as an idea?
I think we are in agreement with that idea. I think our concern with the current process is it's quite inaccessible, even for ourselves as health providers, but even more so for service users, people with lived experience, and people in the community. So what we would really like to see are meetings that are publicly accessible, that aren't in this incredibly formalized environment, and something that's actually based in the community. So whether that's at a community agency or another similar environment where these updates can be provided, and when there's also feedback mechanisms, so the members of the public can say, hey, we actually don't agree with where the city's moving forward in that, and then perhaps this process could then be explained. This is a great mechanism that exists, but it is quite inaccessible to the average individual.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. The second question is, I do see that a year ago versus now, we have moved the ball, especially in the area of healthcare. So right now, we have a catch-as-catch-can system, 53 external, 10 inside shelters. Some of them have a nurse. Some of the doctor comes sometimes. And what we're moving towards is including in that standard, working with the LHINs, a system where we say, okay, you know what, if you have a 100-person shelter, that you would need to have, I don't know, a doctor come every second day, a nurse there always on site, that the healthcare system has to integrate with that. I see that as a real contribution here. I'm seeing nods, so I guess if you want to expand on that, or just nod agreement or whatever.
No, I would agree with that, and I'm very happy that the city and the LHIN together are taking steps to move forward with this. What I do know is we are a long ways from having a system that works seamlessly, particularly because I work in an environment where I see the failures every day. And for example, one of the great things about the warming centers is they have a harm reduction approach where service users' needs can be met. There are nurses in some of these facilities. But come April 15th, when these centers close, if people are again back on the streets, then they may lose access to some of the care that they're receiving. So it's certainly an imperfect system that will require many further improvements.
So do you have any, just off the top of your head, 100-person shelter, what do you think it needs? Just back of envelope. I'm not committing it to anything.
Mental health support, I'm going to advocate for that.
Yeah.
Because I think homelessness contributes to mental health, and if you come in with mental health issues already, then it's compounded. So the nursing that you mentioned, the housing supporters who can help you do the paperwork to get into housing, the mental health, the access to doctors if available, psychiatrists. Are there others?
And I think in terms of the services, they need to be quite robust. And so when we're speaking about nursing, there are people in these shelters and warming centers who have diabetes. There's people who are going to need foot care. There might be people who have wounds that need to be dressed. And so it can't just be a general nursing service. There needs to be a review of kind of what's the most comprehensive nursing package that can be provided, in addition to mental health workers and housing workers who can do those referrals.
And just to give a specific example about wound care, if we have nurses visiting a shelter twice a week, that's great, except wound care often requires daily dressing changes and a professional to take a look at what's going on, particularly for people who use drugs, where they often have very complicated infections and may even require intravenous or intramuscular antibiotics. So the health needs of people using this system right now are very, very high, and something like potentially even daily nursing is, I think, what we're looking at to have a system that helps to keep people living in the place that they're staying and out of our hospital system.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much for your deputation and for those answers. With respect to gaining access to be part of the ongoing dialogues that SSHA staff have already established, would it help if your organization, HPAP, was part of the winter respite working group? Because this is a group that has been formulated specifically to address some of the concerns, much of the concerns that you've raised here. So by way of an invitation for you to participate formally, that would be helpful.
And I think we would be very happy to take that invitation back to our next HPAP meeting to discuss with the group.
Okay. And then with respect to the pilot project that the province has launched that is supposed to be measuring new wraparound services in the new model of shelters, it doesn't quite reach the population that's already in the existing 62 shelters, and it certainly doesn't reach the population that you're concerned about that are temporarily living there in the respite facilities. Would you support the expansion of that pilot project into the existing shelters and to the winter respites?
I would say definitely yes. I know that Lynn Home and Community Care does provide some services to shelters, but I think right now it's incredibly inadequate, and so it would be great to see this as robust as possible across the whole emergency shelter system.
The recommendations that you've put forward are not necessarily I mean, some of it is very commonsensical. Some of it is based on the shelter standards that the City of Toronto has already established. How do you reconcile the different needs of the different subpopulations that come into both the winter respites with the low threshold access, as well as the more regimented access program and intake programs through the shelters? Like, because much of your recommendations are asking us to take a lot of the shelter standards and superimpose them onto the winter respites, but it won't necessarily achieve the low threshold benefits. So how do we reconcile that?
I think there's a need for a fluid approach when we're doing this kind of thing, so that we can respond to the needs that are there, and they won't be the same for every shelter and every group of people. So going in with taking our direction from service users is always a good practice in any of our work, in social work, so and in city work right now. So I think really making sure that those collaborative processes are in place so we can take our direction from what the needs are in those moments and have some fluidity to adjust as needed.
And I think there are some aspects of the city shelter standards that could be implemented in a very low barrier model, such as having a place for people to lock up their things, having showers available at respite centers. I recognize that some of these may not be readily implementable, but some of them certainly are.
And I think in the report that we did, the standards that we picked, for anyone who's familiar with it, we cherry-picked the standards that we believed could be implemented in the low barrier system. There are definitely other standards that we didn't look at in the report because we didn't feel like they were appropriate for the warming centers.
So by way of the fact that you've already carefully curated from the shelter standards, recommendations that you think are directly transferable to the winter respites, you also did that in consultation, or at least some type of feedback loop with the actual users of the winter respites themselves.
Yes, when we did this report, we went into the winter respites and we talked to service users there, specifically about these standards and which ones worked for them and which ones they would like to see improved. And so those were the ones that ended up in the report.
And so if we were to take the recommendations in your report and start to implement them as quickly as possible, recognizing that the system is diverse and dynamic, but implement them as quickly as possible, we could have the opportunity of continuing to monitor and engage the process and make modifications as required. So there's really no need to delay. That's what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Any other questions for the deputants? No? Thank you very much. Barrick German. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just going to show a little movie about what we're talking about.
Mr. Popcorn.
I should pose the fact that I was in the room while this movie was being made. And in the past, we provided you with movies like this. so that you can see what the city creates. And I've seen this movie before in my own little mind, because when I was very young, I worked just after the revolution in Bangladesh. So I've seen similar kind of things. I've seen that we can now create third world conditions. Maurice Odongo, who was here not long ago, described the fact that these conditions that we're going to see here are not up to UN standards in the third world. And again, I say I have seen this before, and I'm quite ashamed by it.
What? No.
Now you fucked up the other day, buddy, when you threatened me. Yeah, you're nobody.
Oh, and I think I'm throwing out? You guys do it in here all the freaking time. I know what it is. No, I'm not. I've been here for 26 days straight. Seriously, I have.
So the people that live there and live under these conditions for any length of time, some of them will never be the same again. I don't think these shelters are supposed to be set up for me. And maybe they are. I'm 70 years old now, and Gaetan Aru just met an 84-year-old in the shelter system. And there are many seniors in the shelter system. So this shelter system was made for me and for you. And you had better believe that you will never enter there or have to spend time there. For you will suffer like the people will suffer this evening. Just a couple of days after this film was made, there was a major battle in one of those shelters. There are battles there all the time. These have to be corrected. We've known for a long time how to correct them. United Nations and other entities have been able to set up shelters very swiftly
We're a little over 5 minutes. If you could wrap up.
I'll wrap up quick.
And then maybe you can incorporate some of your remarks into the answers for
Okay,
questions.
Yes, I will do that. I just want to underline that these shelters are for us. We have to be able to live within those shelters. And if you really believe, after seeing that film, that you or your family or your children can live in them in safety, then I would say you are a very odd individual and likely a very cruel individual. Anyways, that's my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Melody Grant? Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes. Is Tina James here as well? Are you speaking together or?
Separately. Yeah. So my name is Melody Grant. I am the drop-in coordinator at Sistering's 24-hour Women's Drop-In Center. At Sistering, we opened our doors in November 2015 to offer crisis services to women that were most at risk and in need of easy-to-access and flexible supports overnight, while all the other services were unavailable. The model we presented was intended to be an extension of our established daytime drop-in operations for a small group of severely marginalized women needing practical and emotional supports. 2 years later, we are serving 40 to 60 women per night who desperately need adequate shelter and housing. Instead of a crisis-based service, we have unintentionally morphed into a warming space for women struggling to survive who shockingly have no other options. I'm here today to speak to the Shelter Support and Housing Update on Emergency Shelter Services Report. Well, we are pleased to receive that the overview of the many factors that contribute to the current shelter crisis, such as record low vacancy rates, skyrocketing housing prices, stagnant income assistance rates, marginalized individuals getting shut out of rental housing options due to competition with middle-income individuals and families, and the rampant stigma. We're shocked that this 58 report fails to scratch the surface on two essential questions that I think all of us in the community are asking. First, how will we ensure that the upcoming 2018 shelter beds adequately meet the needs of homeless individuals who are struggling to access the current shelter system that have complex mental health and trauma-related issues? The women's sector is continually at 99% occupancy with almost no options to access beds. We desperately need more women-centered shelter beds that are accessible to trans and non-binary people. Currently, those seeking a shelter are allotted either a space for a woman, man, or couple. While identifying individuals as part of the trans community is an option for data reporting, we have an archaic allocation of gendered beds based on limited options, which completely disregards gender as a very personal and non-binary identity. There has been much discussion about the complex needs of individuals who are accessing the shelter system for 6 months or longer, the chronically homeless. Page 33 notes that approximately 4,000 people who are chronically homeless access the shelter system annually. While we know that these numbers grossly underrepresent the number of communities, such as women, Indigenous people, newcomers, queer and trans people, who are hidden homeless and precariously housed because they don't feel safe in a system and structures that weren't designed for their needs. Sistering operates a low-barrier, harm reduction-focused drop-in that tries to attend to people with complex needs. Our project functions because it is relationship-based and relatively small. We envision an optimal ratio of 1 staff for every 10 service users. This is essential in building rapport, providing necessary supports, de-escalation, minimal data collection, and intake process with personalized service provision. We have witnessed firsthand countless individuals shut out of the shelter system by bouncing from site to site due to services that do not meet their needs and punitive systems that have unrealistic expectations of behavior. For those unable to navigate an oversaturated system, the folks being left behind and remaining in unsafe situations are often the most vulnerable of an already marginalized population. So my second question is, how will the city change its approach to finding shelter sites so it can actually secure the additional sites needed to open 1,000 beds in 2018? The current criteria to find shelter sites seems to be designed to look so that we don't find. We note that while the city is looking for buildings that are big enough to accommodate 100 beds or 20,000 square feet, only one of the 5 shelters that are already slated to open in 2018 meets this requirement. The remaining 4 sites accommodate 30 to 60 people. As mentioned, we also urge the city to reconsider its approach to meeting the needs of complex individuals by promoting small 30 to 50 people low barrier projects. As an essential component of the recently revised Toronto Shelter Standards, it is inconceivable to correlate low barrier, harm reduction friendly safe spaces with warehouse style shelters. We don't understand how the city is going to aggressively find new shelter sites using the same process and site selection criteria that they're currently using. We also don't understand why the mayor hasn't shown more leadership in this matter.
You could wrap up. You're a little over 5 minutes.
Yeah. This matter after.
And let's keep attacks to a minimum, especially when the people aren't here.
Okay, so then City Council needs to make a priority for individuals that are the most marginalized in our community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Wong Tam.
Many of the winter respite facilities, I think, are going to be closing on April the 15th. I think that probably means that most of these individuals are going to go to existing facilities such as yours if they qualify to walk through the door, meaning women and trans women. You're already over capacity today, is that correct?
We had 41 women last night, and we envisioned, so our original model was set up to be about 30 women would be an optimal staff to client ratio of being able to provide a low barrier service.
And when the individuals are coming out of the Better Living Center or perhaps the other facilities are slated to close, what's the maximum capacity? I mean, there's the ideal maximum capacity, and then where you've really crammed everybody in. What's been your maximum occupancy where you just couldn't get anybody else through that door?
So our maximum capacity is set at 50, but we have gone over up to 61 people.
And again, just as a reminder, Sistering does not have a single bed.
No,
you're not a shelter.
No, we are a storefront location on Bloor, and we can't accommodate.
So it's strictly a drop-in.
Yes.
And what's the longest stay anyone has had at Sistering so far?
2 years.
2 years, drop-in.
Drop-in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Any other questions for the deputant? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tina James. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
And I am a peer support worker at Sistering, the 24/7 women's drop-in that Melody also works at. A peer support worker has lived experience with mental health, addictions issues, homelessness, trauma, or abuse. In other words, a peer support worker is more readily able to relate to some of the issues the participants at Sistering are contending with. I personally have lived experience of mental illness, and I have been on the brink of homelessness a few times when I was ill. My main role is to engage with the participants at Sistering and to support the relief staff. I am honored to be able to serve these women and the community. Every day at Sistering, we meet many diverse women who are doing the best they can to deal with poverty, unemployment, mental health issues, addictions issues, and abusive situations from which they are fleeing. There are many reasons why people end up homeless and in our drop-in. Some of the women are fleeing situations of domestic violence. Some of the women are older and may have diagnosed or undiagnosed mental health or addictions issues. Because they are older, they may not have parents or siblings around to care for them. So they may end up homeless when, for whatever reason, their housing situation falls apart. Some of the women are unable to hold down a job or pay their rent because of their mental health or addictions issues. They're not ill enough to require hospitalization because the bar for hospitalization is quite high, but they can't function well enough to hold on to their housing, so they end up homeless. They want to have a job, they want to pay their rent, and sometimes they're too ill to even understand how they ended up in this situation. The drop-in doesn't just provide a hot meal and a mat to sleep on. In many instances, it gives them a much-needed sense of community and the knowledge that people still care for them. There are many services that the drop-in offers that the women need. Laundry facilities, a warm meal, snacks, harm reduction kits, access to doctors and social workers, community groups and activities, employment services, and opportunity for women to work on the site, as well as access, of course, to showers and bathrooms. There is, however, a great need for more services in our city. Right now, the shelter only has really one, or the drop-in, I should say, only has one shower that the women can access. So there are often arguments among the women over who can use the shower next. Some of the women get into arguments with other women over their stuff. If they leave their stuff on a chair and a woman wants to sit down, they may have an argument. Oftentimes, staff have to intervene. And this, of course, increases the stress levels of the people that are working at the drop-in, as well as the other participants. As it is at Sistering, our fire safety capacity is 137, but we can only accommodate about 50 women to sleep overnight. Also, a lot of the women who use the drop-in are not necessarily homeless, but they do deal with issues of poverty. Some of them have disabilities, and so they come to the drop-in for the warm meal and the other services that we provide. We have a spun studio. It's a knitting group, and we also have inspiration studios so that they can create their own little businesses to help them increase their income. But when women and staff have difficulties navigating the space when it becomes overcrowded with people and stuff, especially the women who are using wheelchairs or walkers, they find it hard to get around the drop-in. So there is a great need in our city for more services like this that are low barrier and that provide women the opportunity to access services that they might not feel comfortable accessing in the community, such as going to, like, some women might not feel comfortable just going to an emergency room and saying, you know, I have a mental health issue. A lot of them have such severe mental health issues that they don't have any insight into the fact that they have a mental health issue. And so this provides them with another space where they can get care. I want to stress that shelter beds, although completely necessary to help the homeless population in our city at this time, are not a permanent solution. Better affordable housing with a variety of different levels of support is the care that a lot of the participants in our drop-in really need. Still, shelter beds are a necessary first step in addressing the housing crisis in our city. Moreover, as I said before, drop-in centers like Sistering and Margaret's do not just provide a hot meal and a place to sleep. They provide a much-needed sense of community, access to social and
you could wrap up, you're a little over 5 minutes.
Sure. Access to social and medical support, such as doctors and social workers, and the sense that everyone needs that someone cares about them.
Great, thank you very much. Questions for the deputants? Councillor Wong Tam?
Thank you very much. So Sistering as a women's-only drop-in facility, do you believe that you may be seeing a greater number of women coming in largely because there aren't enough beds for women in the women's program, the women's sector of the shelters?
Yeah, definitely. I think I was reading the report on the shelters that are opening up, and the largest majority of the shelters were for men and for youth. And a lot of our women, because they have trauma issues, may not feel comfortable in a space with men. It's obviously there needs to be more funding for women.
And my understanding is that women are one of the largest groups that are underserved in the shelter system today. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't know what the exact numbers are, but I do know that in general, it is very difficult to find shelter when you're a woman living on the street. And so it's just, some of the drop-ins are co-ed, like Margaret's, but a lot of them are like a lot of shelters are just for men, so.
And how do women experience homelessness and poverty differently than men?
Well, I think that everyone reacts differently because homelessness and poverty results from a lot of different factors, right? There could be illness, there could just be the fact that the rent is so high in Toronto and you just lost your job. There could be fleeing from domestic situations. There could be other like addictions issues. And a lot of the times when women have trauma experience, they become street involved or drug involved. So all these factors sort of play into why people end up homeless. And the way women react is not necessarily different from the way men react, but certainly it might be harder to access services.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the deputies? No? Okay, thank you very much. Howard Romantius.
Good afternoon.
Great, thank you very much for coming.
Yes, I'm just here to convey my lived experience as one living in the system. Living here. First of all, I'd like to thank you. I'm pleased to speak as a participant in St. Stephen's Community House Member Advocacy Committee. We are people who have lived experience of poverty, homelessness, and more. Today, I will speak about the need to better fund drop-ins throughout Toronto. My experience with the corner drop-in is at St. Stephen's my first experience with St. Stephen's was approximately a year and a half ago. I was referred to a division of St. Stephen's called TCAT, Toronto Community Addiction Team, by one of Toronto's finest, an officer who responded to a call whilst I was in distress. At that time, I came from a very dark place after experiencing traumatic losses in my life. I was impelled into the depths of my addiction.
Sorry, one sec. Decorum. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry. That's all right.
Please continue.
With the help of my caseworker at St. Stephen's, I was afforded the opportunity to get back on my feet and start living again. She assisted me in obtaining transitional housing and placement into comprehensive treatment and recovery programs. During this time, she acquainted me with a variety of resources available. The Corner Drop-In provides many client services, such as serving reasonably nutritious meals, housing support and housing retention, employment and resume counseling, an in-house trustee for financial support, weekly visits from a doctor, nurse, and psychiatrist, in-house mental health supports, harm reduction workers, and transportation allowances. I've recently completed St. Stephen's in-house peer training program, which promotes the ideals necessary to serve a diverse mosaic of members in our community. These ideals being non-judgmental, compassionate, non-oppressive, or stigmatic. St. Stephen's has provided me and others with a sense of place and belonging, fellowship, and support, purpose, and meaning. Regrettably, the Corner Drop-In is understaffed and relies a great deal on donations from other agencies trying desperately to support the needs of its clients. A shoestring budget isn't enough to provide for the ongoing and expanding needs of our community. I was one of the fortunate ones to have so much given to me, yet there are others not so fortunate who are still struggling. Hope is the only thing within their grasp. Please support our community by expanding funding for the drop-in sector, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, I'm not sure how, first, welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
And I'm not totally familiar with all the different pieces that the St. Stephen's Drop-In Center has. Do you have a nurse?
Yes.
Do you have an employment counselor?
Yes.
Do you have mental health supports?
Not so much.
Not so much?
We have a psychiatrist once a week. Yes.
Okay, so you seem to, sorry, once a week?
Yeah.
Once a week. So do you feel that your drop-in center has all the wraparound services that are needed to basically catch someone before they fall into homelessness or to support someone
No.
from homelessness into housing?
It's very thin.
It's very thin.
You know, having a doctor there once a week, it's hit and miss. Housing support workers there once a week. You have to be there at 7:30 a.m. and they only accept 2 individuals. So you have to wait another week for housing support.
I see.
So it's very thin. We're understaffed in that respect. We need more people on the floor to deal with mental health issues and diffuse certain conflicts that may arise and so on and so forth. So
Okay, so at the end of the day, we need to up our game in supporting drop-in centers.
Indubitably, yes.
Is your plea?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Fletcher still has a question for you.
Sorry, thank you. I have a question.
Certainly.
A question, and I think this was a very good report because it laid out things that we all haven't seen before. And then on page 33, and you might not have a copy, but it gives this graph that shows that 80% of those who are coming into the shelters are there for less than a year, and 20% are there up to 1,000 days, however many, is that 3 years? Yeah, 1,000 days. So 2% are there for 3 years, and 2% are there for 6% for 2 years. Is that how you experience the system? Have you got, are you dealing with clients that are mostly in the 20%, or do you have a lot of people that are rolling through the shelter and successfully finding housing?
I'm not entirely sure of the statistics, but attending the shelter, the drop-in, I find it's continuously changing environment, yet I see many of the same faces on an ongoing basis. They really rely on the drop-in for support and community, and I guess friendships evolve with the staff as well as other clients. Many of the elders from the, particularly the Chinese community, they drop into our shelter, and they're truly a good example for other members of the community as well.
Right.
So many people
So would you say that often our drop-ins have ended up becoming shelters rather than just drop-ins?
Sure.
And that, have you, what kind of access do you have? And I meant to ask that great woman from Sistering the same question. So everybody get ready. You're going to say the same thing as I'm going to ask you. What kind of access do you have to discuss these system-type issues with city staff that are the service managers? Do you have access for that, or do you find your access is here to tell us these particular things that you're telling us?
Primarily here.
Primarily here. You don't have an access route to talk about, well, someone's talking about the shower problem and drop-ins and people staying for a long time. So that type of information, there's no spot where I'm hearing that you have monthly or quarterly that gathers up that on-the-ground information into the system in an orderly way.
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay,
no.
thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I may have skipped over Susan Bender. Very sorry about that. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Bender. I'm the manager of the Toronto Drop-In Network. And the network, which I'll refer to as TDIN, is made up of over 50 organizations that run drop-ins or outreach programs for people who are homeless or socially isolated or street involved. And this includes organizations that are running the 24-hour drop-ins, women's drop-in programs such as Sistering, and also organizations that are running 24-hour winter respite services on top of running their regular drop-ins. And that's the last statistic I'm going to give you today, because I really want to share during this deputation about the vital work that drop-ins do, mostly with very little funding, and why you should care about it when you're trying to strategize around prevention of homelessness, supports to people to survive homelessness, and to be able to be housed and keep their housing. So it's really important to recognize that 24-hour drop-ins, and I think the story is emerging, they're not 24-hour winter respites and they're not shelters. And the shelter crisis, the winter crisis that we saw this winter, it's a housing crisis and it's a shelter crisis. It's not a new one. So TDIN certainly supports the call for the expansion of the shelter capacity and the 1,000 permanent shelters, particularly for the groups that the current shelter system has the least to offer that others have spoken to. The 24-hour drop-ins and are not 24-hour winter respite services, although they face a lot of similar issues. How to work well with people who are coming in greater and greater numbers with more and more complexity of needs, and are often coming when they've been service restricted or barred from other organizations, and there's actually literally nowhere else for them to go. So it's an incredibly huge challenge for the 24-hour drop-ins, and we're also seeing it throughout the drop-in system. Very little of what drop-ins do well can happen without this welcoming environment that really strives to be safe and non-judgmental. Or without the relationships that are built among the people who come to the drop-ins and the staff who work there. And these relationships really take time to build, and it's that essential piece, time, that really suffers when there's not enough funding for drop-in staff, for hours of service, for program resources, including basics like food. So adequate funding means the time to do that work of relationship building and the time to do work outside of the work that you're doing with community members. TDIN has done a lot of work to find ways to demonstrate the value of drop-ins, and we know that the number of meals served, the number of showers that people have, the number of loads of laundry are really crude measures of what we do. They're essential services, but they're crude measures of what we do. So much of the value of drop-ins is about how we do what we do. And we are not soup kitchens where their primary focus is ensuring that people have food. We provide meals in a community space where relationships can grow, where people can have an opportunity maybe to cook together and certainly to eat together. We don't require that people sign up for a program or to make an appointment to access this supportive community environment that drop-ins are striving to provide. And we meet people where they're at, whether they're happy, sad, angry, discouraged, disappointed, elated, physically ill, or struggling with a mental health disability. And it's that kind of environment that allows us to offer directly or through collaboration with other service providers many of the programs that you heard, including the financial empowerment programs, arts therapy, housing help, employment supports and opportunities, peer programs, harm reduction programs. And often, especially in places like Scarborough, the drop-in is a hub for those services. There's such great distances to travel that it's really critical that the drop-ins are able to hook people up in that space. So you can look at the TDIN website and you can see all the supports and services and referrals that drop-ins can connect people with. And it's the hope and belief in one's own value that the Sistrine speakers spoke to very powerfully. But it's that hope and belief that you have value.
Sorry, you're just over 5 minutes. If you could wrap up.
Okay. So I just wanted to really emphasize that the resources that are required both for low barrier and the definition of low barrier, we can, all kind of contribute to defining what that is, and the importance of relationship, and the other supports to drop-ins that are really critical, including some of the crisis mental health, transportation supports, which means TTC tokens for the most part, yeah, I'll stop at that.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions for the Deputy? Councillor Mihevc?
Yes, thank you very much, Susan, for your presentation. I'm just wondering, how big is the TDIN?
So we have about 54 drop-ins for 50 organizations, 52 organizations. Yeah.
So it's a pretty comprehensive, it's pretty broad.
Yeah.
And your job is to look at the drop-in network as a kind of system. Is that fair to say?
I would say that TDIN is there to support the work of the drop-ins, whether it's through training, through opportunities to come together and strategize around some of these critical issues that drop-ins are facing, to do advocacy or to secure some of the resources, so really to support the work of the drop-ins.
So my first big question is there any parts of Toronto where we really need a drop-in?
Oh, yes. There are places, for sure, and then there are places where the drop-ins are working on an almost minimal budgets at all and rely on like student placements or investment in community or volunteers. And they're particularly outside of the downtown core.
Okay, so that's interesting. So, at some point in this journey that we're on, we need to look at that, at the drop-ins as a system and say, okay, where are we weak, where are we strong? Is it Scarborough, is it Etobicoke, is it downtown, to kind of really strengthen that network. And then in terms of the work itself, like I have a sense of the of drop-ins as serving a variety of called types of people. So some are couch surfers, and they are one step away from being homeless or wearing out their welcome. Street homeless. There are street homeless. There are people who just need a meal. Some people just need socialization. Would that be? Have you kind of? So, who are the folks who access drop-ins, and why do you think we should be investing there rather than say more shelters?
Yeah, I wouldn't say rather, but I think like drop-ins, depending on the neighborhoods, are serving very different communities. But for certain, I mean, we will have people who are continuing, as Howard spoke, who continue to come to drop-ins after they are housed, and it actually helps them to keep their housing, that sense of community. If they're relying on OW or ODSP, for sure there's not enough money to go around. So that means if you can come to a drop-in and have a meal and have a social space, then you don't have to pay for it out there in the market. So there's a full range of folks who are coming. But I've had, I go around and speak with the drop-ins, and I hear over and over again that the complexity, the amount of mental health crisis that's happening in drop-ins, particularly downtown, is really escalating, and it's really, it's over and above the resources that drop-ins have to work. And they're kind of, if people are barred from a drop-in, it's very worrying to think of where there is a safer space for them to be.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher?
Thanks so much for all you do in your role. We miss you at South Riverdale Community Health Centre. I know I tell you that all the time. Just what percentage of those who use drop-ins do you think are also there for a shelter purpose, that don't have anywhere else to go?
I think that's a really great question I'd like to put to any of the members who are here, because I can't give you a percentage of that.
So we have a lot of percentages in our reports.
I swore I wasn't doing stats today.
I'm sorry?
I swore
I'm sorry I asked you a stat. But I think I'll ask staff, because you'll agree, we're hearing a lot about drop-ins becoming a permanent place for people to stay and sistering.
Well, yeah, and so that's why I think it's important. Like drop-ins have drop-in hours. The 24-hour women's drop-ins, people can stay.
Right.
So we have Fred Victor women's drop-in and Sisterings.
So they're ending up as a shelter.
But otherwise, I mean, people don't stay overnight in drop-ins.
Just in the 24-hour ones. Yeah. And then the other is finding your support for the 1,000 beds, which actually works out to about 16 new shelters in the city of Toronto, given our new shelter standard, which is 60 people per shelter. So I'm just interested in how you think the community can help actually find 16, what your role is, what the role is of advocates to find locations that we can then have the beds, because it's one thing to agree to the beds. Now it's another thing to find and open 16 new locations. Do you have any ideas about that?
Well, I think a community can happen through that whole process.
Pardon me?
I think a community can participate in that whole process, from identifying, just from walking around your neighborhood, but also to supporting the development of shelter in your area. And I know Toronto Drop-In Network has been involved in working with BIA and other partners in the Downtown Young BIA to do some real kind of education around and anti-stigma work, which helps for better interactions for people who are coming to the drop and keeps them safer. So there's all different kinds of levels where community can support finding and developing and welcoming and keeping shelters in different locations across the city.
Right.
I mean, we're talking with our drop-in members about, you know, what we know about our communities and how we can feed that into the process.
Right. But you'd agree that all of those things, without an actual location, now we actually have to find the locations, which is a property matter, which is probably the hardest part, finding actual spaces in Toronto any longer. But so anything that you're able to do, and I'll ask others what their ideas are to start identifying and where you could send that information so we can start building up 16 locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Rosalind Brown?
Ms. Brown is not able to speak today.
Okay. Jean Stevenson?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this committee. My name is Jean Stevenson, and I am the Executive Director of Madison Community Services, a mental health and addictions case management and supportive housing agency. And I have been an active member of the Toronto Supportive Housing Network, as well as the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, and the Homecoming, and other organizations. One of our members of the Toronto Supportive Housing Network, Brian Davis, did submit a written deputation, and he was unable to come today. So I volunteered to, since I was going to be here anyway, to present his deputation to you and to answer any questions that you might have. So first of all, speaking on behalf of the Toronto Supportive Housing Network, we would like to voice our support and our thanks to the city's bold commitment to end homelessness, and to say that in order to do this, we need, and we see that the city is recognizing this, we need everyone to be aligned to this goal, be it all of the city's departments, including planning, municipal licensing and standards, the Affordable Housing Office, councillors, as well as SSHA. All of us need to own the problem, and all of us need to see our role in creating solutions, and we need to begin to work better together in a collaborative and a coordinated way in order to make these changes happen. In a rental market like we have in Toronto, a key focus needs to be on preserving and expanding rental supply, quality supply that is accessible to those who are the most vulnerable, namely those on social assistance, OW and ODSP, and which offers security of tenure. So developments, as noted in this excellent report for action, that is the focus right now, such as 389 Church Street and 13 to 19 Winchester, 25 Leonard, as well as other recent developments, need and can be scaled up to a much greater extent. So to do this, we have a few recommendations and encouragements. of the city to implement, or to continue and to go further with. Firstly, to increase the intergovernmental collaboration and communications between the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, so that provincially funded programs can be leveraged with city resources, as has been noted on page 18 of this report. Secondly, as noted on page 15 of the report, use the Home for Good funding to increase capital funding for supportive housing providers. To facilitate rapid usage of this funding, create a separate open door stream for nonprofit housing providers. This stream would target the creation of units that are deeply affordable and that it needs to be done and available for an indefinite period. We need the open door policy program to work with providers who are experiencing the end of their operating agreements and begin to look at ways in which we can leverage our capital and reduce competition that we have with the private development sector. Thirdly, we urge the city to ensure that there is more of a human rights approach to city planning, including the building of supportive housing as of right, and for the city to take a planning approach that seeks to maximize affordable housing, even as it means that it may call for some compromising on some aesthetics or flexibility on the part of the planning department vis-a-vis their guidelines or policies in some cases. And lastly, ensure levels of support that are adequate to address the complex health issues of those who have been chronically homeless, often living with dual diagnosis or concurrent disorders. With this in mind, actually, the Toronto Mental Health and Addiction Supportive Housing Network has recently done substantial work in costing out the necessary elements of the type of program that is required to serve this population and the actual costs of running that program. And I'm happy to report that we were invited to do this by SSHA, and that we have recently submitted our findings and our recommendations to SSHA and also to the Toronto Centre LHIN regarding, on that count, regarding the clinical supports requirement. This particular item is dealing with the 40% that is actually been identified as living in the shelter system that need 24-hour care. And there is almost no program out there to transition them from shelter to housing as yet. So this has been a very exciting project that
You're just over 5 minutes, if you could wrap up.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, and so again, we commend the SSHA for being welcoming such a project and then working with us moving forward. So it is extremely encouraging to see the increase in funding from the federal and provincial government at the present time. We have a lot of catching up to do. And as Brian has written, and I will echo, we are confident that the organizations like the TAEH, the supportive and nonprofit housing sector of Toronto, have the expertise to work with the city to see real progress on our collective goals of ending homelessness.
Great, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Mihevc.
I just want to say thank you. You're in the private sector, right? And
oh, no.
You're in the...
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. Well, it's okay. It's here.
No, I've been here about it.
Lansdowne Property Management.
Your wrong name, Madison.
Okay, my apologies. Oh, Jean, okay, sorry.
That is okay, but that's really good to have clarified.
Thank you.
Not that, private sector has its place, for sure,
Yes,
but
yes, okay.
no, I'm the executive director of Madison Community Services, and we're all about supportive housing, mental health.
Wise versus intelligent.
I appreciate the young Joe. jumping right in there to
Thank
help
you.
with
He
the
keeps me on
correction.
the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks
All righty.
for the presentation.
Great. Any other questions for the deputant?
I'm just wondering about what you mentioned about planning, and I know you're reading Brian's his deputation, that we should overlook certain planning principles in order to be able to have housing built. Do you think that's the position that he's putting forward here?
Well, he is, and I certainly will be
And do you support that?
echoing that. And many of us are seeing issues in which it appears that the planning department is not sort of yet totally on board in a collaborative way
So
of
I guess
finding ways for us
yeah.
to create more affordable rental housing.
And I guess I'm just going to ask you, in your opinion, because I'll ask the staff as well, if the official plan or the zoning doesn't allow some features in a building, is your expectation that perhaps we should override that? The city should override those requirements in order to see more capacity built?
Well, Councillor Fletcher, these are really good questions. As it happened, we actually met with the planning department about a particular new development proposal in which there's a disagreement about the number of stories, number of floors. But what certainly emerged from that discussion and is recognized is that there's kind of a gray area within planning policies or guidelines, not even moving into the official policy regulations, and that's the area in which we would hope that the planning department, working with SSHA, working with the Affordable Housing Office, would say, given the crises in this city for the need for affordable rental housing and supportive housing, then there's things that we can be a bit more flexible about.
So you're aware that the city does have the ability to initiate an official plan amendment on height in order to get more stories, should that be deemed in the city's interest? You're aware of that?
No,
not aware of
not to the extent that you're
And
giving in the
that's what I
details.
did at
That the
Red
city
Door.
has the ability to, but are you saying it hasn't done that yet, or it can do it on a case-by-case basis?
Case by case. The Red Door shelter, you may be aware, has an extra city-initiated official plan in order to go higher than that condo would allow in order to accommodate the shelter within the building. But the city has certain planning instruments that it can initiate changes. It's unclear the range that the city can or should initiate vis-a-vis build form and everything else. But
Yeah.
I think it's worth having that, I'm now chatting with you, but I think we'll explore that a little bit more today.
It'd be good if we could have a quick chat about the Red Door shelter experience and.
Oh, you can just look that up in the planning document. It's all there.
Okay.
It's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Calvin Henschel. Regent Park Community Health Center.
Hi. Good afternoon, and Ani, and thank you for this opportunity to express my concerns about the shelter crisis in our great city, that our great city is facing right now. My name is Calvin Henschel, and I'm a community outreach worker at the Regent Park Community Health Center. I've been providing foot-based street outreach services in the downtown east side of Toronto for almost 20 years. I've also used the youth and adult shelter systems when I first arrived in Toronto about 40 years ago. So my interest in the shelter system is both professional and personal. Today I will provide a brief update on my experience providing outreach services and provide some recommendations to improve the response to the shelter crisis. In my street outreach work, I'm finding fewer people sleeping outside, which is a good thing. Your SSH staff may have achieved the provision of emergency shelter for everyone who has asked for this. I I applaud that. Also, I can say through my experience that there has been a small reduction of people having great difficulty finding a shelter bed. However, this still occurs on a daily basis. The city opened several respite centers, and all of them were quickly filled. The demand for shelter beds remains high, and the respite centers allowed over 500 homeless people to access emergency shelter in the last couple of months. All of this deserves mention. I have also visited the respite centers in our catchment area and had discussions with many people staying in the respite centers. And where our respite service goal is to provide emergency shelter to those who ask for it, there are several problems with this model that affects large groups of residents who stay there. The first problem of staying at a respite center when compared to staying in a standard shelter is the complete lack of privacy. Residents are assigned a cot in a large cavernous space, as you have witnessed, with over 100 other residents sleeping nearby. Belongings are typically stacked nearby their cot, and if you have any valuables, such as medication, identification, or any other kinds of valuables, this has to be kept on your person at all times, including sleeping. A lot of residents fear someone going through their belongings and taking what they want. Often there are loud, aggressive confrontations about stolen belongings, and since everyone can hear and see this, they become stressed and fearful. Adding security guards does little to prevent or deal with these stressful situations. So sleeping at night can be a challenge as well, as you hear people snoring and talking throughout the night. Lights are on, and if there is a disturbance, everyone can hear it. As just described, the second large problem with respite centers is the lack of security for people's belongings. There is no safe, secure place to leave your belongings as you search for housing or work. This lack of security can lead to residents accusing each other of theft, which creates all kinds of terrible problems. One of the major concerns that I have with the respite system is that it becomes a permanent feature of our response to homelessness, and that there is not enough support and effort from city leaders to add 1,000 beds to the shelter system this year. I would add that the money for an additional 1,000 beds is already included in this year's budget. I would also add that the Out of the Cold system was supposed to be a temporary response to homelessness years ago, almost 20 years ago. I strongly believe that adding 1,000 beds will alleviate considerable stress and hardships experienced by homeless people when trying to access the emergency shelter system. One of the approaches employed by the respite center is to provide low-threshold, low-barrier shelter. This approach to service delivery for any new shelters has been recommended by my colleagues across the homeless services sector, and I would advise you to listen to that. In terms of current services offered within the emergency shelter system and other segments of the sector, there is a lack of focus and supports to help residents achieve housing in the market rental sector. Residents don't have access to daily apartment or room listings, and they do not have access to transportation assistance when residents are willing and able to do this on their own.
A little over 5 minutes if you could wrap up.
The external pressures that make finding housing in the market rental sector very difficult will also need to be improved if we are to achieve moving people out of the shelters and into housing. External pressure examples include affordability, scarcity, and discrimination. So one of the other problems is the respite centers and the Out of the Cold systems are not, there is no information about extending this beyond April 15th. This is concerning to a lot of the stakeholders that I deal with. Another important idea for improving services for homeless people is to have ongoing
maybe you can incorporate
yearly evaluations with considerable input and weight provided by the clients they serve. So before I end my deputation, I would like to thank the committee, members, and shelter support, housing, and administration staff for their tremendous effort and commitment in rising to the challenges of offering shelter and respite to homeless people throughout Toronto. On this note, I end my deputation.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Peter Turner?
Peter Turner is unable to speak.
Greg Cook?
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Cook. I'm an outreach worker at Sanctuary, where I've worked for 8.5 years. Each day I work and walk alongside people who are precariously housed, who utilize shelters, and who at times are forced to sleep rough on the streets and in our city parks. I'd like to talk about the report released February 20th called the CD 26.5 Report for Action, Update on Emergency Shelter Services. It's right here. If I was a high school teacher and this assignment was handed in to me, I'd give it a solid D+. The report is 58 pages long, has some pretty graphs, so I'd give it some marks for effort. However, it includes very little action or substance. One thing the report offers of value is that it correctly identifies the reason there is a shelter crisis. On page 7, it states, compared to a year ago, there is a 30% increase in the average nightly use of shelter beds. Much of this is driven by the decrease in housing affordability, loss of low-end market rental stock to real estate development pressures, low incomes, and stagnant social assistance rates. This statement identifies how rapidly the crisis is currently worsening. It also identifies that it is a result of decrease in housing affordability and real estate development pressures. It goes on to clarify, the City of Toronto's population continues to grow as the city remains an attractive place for people to live, work, and play, which is creating significant housing demand in an already constrained housing market, both in affordable home ownership as well as a tightening real estate market. House prices in Toronto increased by 40% between 2010 and 2016, while the current vacancy rate in the Greater Toronto Area sits at a 16-year low at 1.1%. It is clear that this report was written for city councillors, and it's only city councillors who sit on the Community Development and Recreation Committee. I assume it's an accurate assumption that each of you and most of your colleagues on City Council are homeowners. This means that while homeowners like you personally benefit from the current real estate market we find ourselves in, one where there's significant housing demand, where the housing market is constrained, the same housing market that increases the property values and personal equity for homeowners like you also displaces people on low incomes and stagnant social assistance rates. The same market forces that will add hundreds of thousands of dollars of value to one person's home by default ensures others in Toronto lose their homes. These market forces work to your personal self-interest. The low property taxes ensure you keep even more money in your pockets. I'd ask each of you to take some leadership and look beyond your own interests and instead be civic-minded. Instead, take an ethical stand that looks to mitigate the harm the market does to your neighbor. Stand up to the system that leaves so many of your fellow Torontonians out in the cold. Demand that when a report names itself Report for Action, that it actually includes substantive action, not just empty platitudes.
Okay.
Well, I'm not done yet. When the report states on page 5, the City of Toronto, in partnership with the provincial and federal governments, is taking action to ensure appropriate emergency shelter is available to people who require it. It is being disingenuous. For those forced out onto the street by a housing market that is constrained, this report is a failure. The Mayor and the rest of City Council's response to the housing and shelter crisis is a failure. For thousands of people in Toronto who are homeless and suffer as a result each day, this report is clearly an F-. Demand for shelter services has been trending up since 2012 and remains above the council-approved 90% occupancy threshold. In response to this acknowledgement and the acknowledgement that the city needs to build at least 1,077 new shelter beds to meet the threshold of 90%, this report has no clear action plan on how they will do that in a timely manner. They acknowledge that they need at least 11 new buildings, yet there is no coherent plan articulated. How are they acquiring the buildings needed? Have they talked to the Toronto Real Estate Board? Are they working through the list of possible sites? How many buildings have they purchased? This is life and death. It's an emergency. 94 people died in 2017 who had no housing. 600 to 700 people sleep on cots on the floor each night because the city does not have enough shelter beds.
You're a little over 5 minutes. If you could wrap up.
Okay. I can just put up my action steps, what some action steps would actually look like.
Okay, thank you for that motivational speech. Questions for the deputant? We're good? Thank you very much for coming. Andrew Jackson? Yogi? Thanks very much. You might want to remove the handout from the previous speaker unless you're going to reference it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Yogi Acharya. I'm an organizer with the Ontario Coalition Against Poverty. We've read the report and had conversations with SSHA staff. We thank them for their time. There are 2 points I want to stress in my time here. The first pertains to the expansion of the shelter system. We were encouraged on February 12th council meeting when the majority voted in making available the funding required for the addition of 1,000 beds in 2018. But we remain deeply concerned about the project's implementation. The report that's in front of us makes multiple references to the addition of 1,000 beds being spread over 3 years. This means at best we get 361 new beds this year, as was proposed back in early December. It also means that council will yet again guarantee that hundreds of homeless people, including the majority of those who are currently surviving in the substandard respite sites, still won't have a bed a year from now. And if the current trend around homelessness continues, and I don't see anything substantive being done to reverse or stop it, even more people will be in need of shelter at the end of this year. And if that happens, the current shortage of shelter beds will either remain acute or grow worse, further jeopardizing the lives of homeless people. Just a few days ago, we heard from a woman who was fleeing abuse. She also reached out to the mayor and to Councillor Wong Tam's office. She fled her home and tried to find a bed, but there were none available in the anti-violence against women shelters. She then tried to contact Central Intake to find a spot in the city's shelter system, an attempt that proved just as futile, but not before she had spent 14 hours trying to find a bed. She was eventually forced to return to her home, the same place she had fled that morning, with a friend this time for safety, and it was after midnight that she was offered a spot in a respite site, which offers no privacy or any personal support in that time of need. This is the sort of situation that City Council is responsible for creating, and this is precisely what will continue to happen should Council not take seriously the motion to add 1,000 beds this year. So I urge you all to allocate the necessary resources, provide the support that staff need, and ask for accountability in the form of regular updates, and do whatever it takes to add 1,000 beds this year. And no one argues that it's going to be an easy task, but it is only difficult now because Council has refused to take action on this for years, and it will only get harder the more you delay. And remember, too, that when you speak of the situation being difficult, it is much harsher for people who are surviving on the streets. And also remember that the addition of 1,000 beds is not your final goal. The system requires 1,500 beds to reduce occupancy to 90%. This committee voted to reaffirm that same goal. So 1,000 beds is the least you can do this year in order to push towards that goal. My second and final point has to do with the continuation of the respite sites. The only public information that we have at this stage is that the respite sites are scheduled to close on April 15th. That's 6 weeks away, is where we are today from that date. There is no public plan that today outlines exactly how that extension of the respite sites is going to happen. That's very concerning, and most of all for residents of those respite sites who all throughout these last few months have endured not only the dreadful conditions, some of which we saw earlier, but also the constant uncertainty about how long they can stay at any given site. And as that date gets closer, it's seeming more and more likely that we're yet again going to see the kind of scramble that we saw back in late December. So put a plan in place and make sure that it is properly communicated and ahead of time to the people who are essentially facing an imminent eviction from the bare bones shelter from the elements that they have. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Mark Aston? Emily?
I need to put something on the.
Do you want to have this chair?
Yeah, can you grab this chair? Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief.
Is that high enough?
Yeah.
I'll zoom in from there.
Hey, everyone. I'm getting my friend here to, well, I call him my friend because he's like the coolest AV guy. I want you to keep this picture in your thoughts. This is my mom. This is my mom 2.5 weeks before she passed away. This is my mom in her apartment that she had for 7 months. This is my mom after I brought her here 18 months ago, after she'd been through 2.5 years of elder abuse and extreme torture. I won't show you the photos I took the week she came. I also won't show you the photos of her bruising and her in hospital 4 different times during the time she was homeless. I won't show you the pictures from the 3 different times she was sent home from the hospital with high blood sugar levels. I also won't tell you the details of the number of times she was stolen from. She was in a shelter in Gord Perks' ward. Whenever she was taken to the hospital, none of the staff would allow her friends or myself to secure her belongings. People stole stuff off her all the time. My mom was 73 years old. My mom had frail health. My mom had diabetes. She had arthritis, 3 different kinds. She had the beginnings of dementia. My mom and I had a rough life growing up. I've been homeless 9 times. No woman in her elderly years should be put through what my mom was put through. And I couldn't help her because Adelaide Women's Resource is not wheelchair accessible. Staff in none of the shelters, especially the city-owned ones, as in the res, are trained for people with multiple disabilities. My mom was profoundly deaf. People took advantage of her constantly. The shelter would not let her go up and lay down when she was tired and exhausted. Their elevator was often broken where my mom couldn't use her walker. My mom had to crawl down the stairs 9 times. My mom's friends would get in trouble for trying to help her in that shelter. 3 women went to Gord Perks and asked him for help. Nothing was done. Where do people with disabilities and frail elderly people who have major health issues, where do we turn? Staff are not trained to deal with people with visual impairments, people who are deaf, people who are in big wheelchairs. A lot of these drop-ins are great, but some of them, like Sanctuary, have an elevator that can barely handle my wheelchair. I miss Sanctuary. I miss the different drop-ins. My mom's life was saved. There's a few people here from SSHA. I don't know if she's here, but there's a young lady from SSHA who saved my mom's life, who listened to my cries of please help my mom. My mom had the women in her shelter use the local A&W to get any Wi-Fi, to get any sense of safety, because many of them didn't feel safe. The medical people there, when the nurse did show up, which was quite often either late or not at all, she's supposed to be there once a week, there was no one there to help my mom monitor her blood sugar, make sure she'd take her medications on time. The meals were substandard. The meals, my mom's diabetic. Many people are diabetic. They don't get the meals they need. They're limited to the amount of coffees they can have a day. They're limited to not being able to go up to their rooms, even though they may be in the special needs rooms. How many people have to die? I fell asleep today because I'm barely sleeping since January 10th when my mom passed away. She was found on the 11th in the evening. My mom died in her sleep in an apartment she loved. But how many more people are gonna die? My mom had a heart condition her entire life. This was told to the shelter staff. Yet every single time she ended up in hospital, her stuff would get stolen because they wouldn't let people secure her belongings. The medical help my mom desperately needed, and I begged for it, but I was locked out of helping her because the places weren't accessible. How many more people are going to die? You guys know me advocating in this place. You guys know me for sticking up for people. But you guys don't know the pain I go through every day wondering, as the coroner even said, that the stress and things my mother went through contributed to her death. If she'd only had the medical help she needed, if she'd only had the help and the safety that she needed, she might be sitting here beside me today. She loved this place. She's the one who I got my political love from. I want each and every one of you to know your parents, your family are 2 paychecks away from being homeless. This is my mom. This is Gaylyn Walton. Her death is because of people that wouldn't listen to us, people that wouldn't help her, because she didn't have the support she needed. Affordable housing is great, but when the rent keeps going up, when you only know the stipend is only there till 2024, and you're put in fear of being homeless again, you're constantly harassed by the owners of the place you live, Pan Am Housing in my case. If I go to a soup kitchen or drop-in and I get bugs, I can be evicted, because that's what I've been threatened of. I had to clear out my mom's apartment on our own, my husband and I. Thank God for Lanity Lampman. When my mom passed away, and the coroner told me I had to call the city to get help with her burial, you know what the city staff member said to me in Human Services? Because I couldn't fill out the forms because I'm legally blind? Oh, well, why don't you let your mother's body be claimed as an unclaimed body? How dare you allow your staff in this system to treat people with disabilities like this, to treat our elderly like this, to treat elderly, frail people like this? How dare you? How many more people are going to die either on streets or in shelters or just barely housed? How many more? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wong Tam.
And thank you very much, and thank you, Emily, for your remarks. It's very difficult to sit and listen, knowing that we could do more, and I'm very grateful that you're here today to compel us to do more. I have a question that perhaps may be too simple, but hopefully you can help me understand. It sounded like your mother at age 73 was in between the shelter system and the drop-in facilities. Just take your time.
Sorry. Having to do everything on my own with no help and fighting the shelter every step of the way, trying to get my mom help has just about killed me. And yet I still came here and fought for people. And Kristen, my mom, I'm sorry, repeat your question. I'm sorry, I was just... Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
You didn't miss it. I haven't asked it yet. But I'm going to ask it now, if that's okay.
A minute? I'm good.
Do you want a minute?
I'm good.
Okay.
Sorry, Kristen.
It's okay. It's okay.
Go ahead.
My question for you with respect to your 73-year-old mother, with her many complicated health conditions, living between shelters and drop-in facilities, why was she not in a long-term care facility? And were there barriers for her to get into a long-term care facility?
I never got that option. Nobody ever gave me that option. I couldn't even find out what people were saying to her because the process of the accessibility of going to her different appointments and going to her different places. She even got screwed over trying to get her ID done. I couldn't be with her then because the place they sent her to was not accessible.
So the number of times you and your mother were before a government agency working with a wide range of service providers, not a single individual ever advocated for your mother to get into a long-term care facility. Is that correct?
Yep. I was never even given that option. My mom wanted to be in her own place, but I even said she needs some sort of supportive housing, and I thank God for Fred Victor. I thank God for the beautiful people that finally helped us through SSHA and this wonderful lady who came to A&W a couple of times to help us through it. But what I don't thank is I don't thank the local councillor when these women tried to go and ask for help and tell them what was going on at that shelter and the mismanagement and the neglect and the bullying and the theft. Nothing was done. I sit here today in front of all of you asking why, I have no family left at all. No brothers, no sisters, nothing. And my mom went through hell in her life. And I couldn't be there for her because of the inaccessibility of the system. I was told by the Adelaide Women's Resource, oh, well, you're too crippled to help your mom. That was their exact words, and I'll never forget it. My mom was a very strong woman, but with her heart defect and all the stress she went through, it killed her. To her heart, she had a heart attack in her sleep. And I just ask each and every one of you to know that people like my mom and people like myself are out there. Women with severe disabilities are staying in abusive situations because they have nowhere to go. The drop-in networks are great, but the staff aren't trained to deal with people like me and my mom. The one place, there's two places I rely on severely, and that's Lawyers Feed the Hungry and St. James, Tuesday drop-ins. And Redeemer in the mornings for breakfast. I can't go to the washroom at Redeemer. but I can go for a meal. I can't go to Adelaide Women's Drop-In because I can't even reach the stupid doorbell to ask for help. How fair is that for a woman with disabilities? You guys don't see Miss Beverly here anymore. She's in a wheelchair. A Wheel-Trans operator found her dead in her wheelchair waiting for a Wheel-Trans in the winter. It's people like us that are on the outskirts that are afraid to ask for help because there is nothing. These reference centers, these warming centers, they're great, but there's nothing there. If I'm on my CPAP, if my wheelchair needs charging, how does that happen? There's nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Any other questions for the deputant?
You're on my left side.
No? Emily, thank you very much for sharing that with us. George Smitherman.
Well, if it isn't Angry George himself.
Try not to be angry after that, Emily. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for the chance to speak. I don't have anything prepared, but I hope I'll find myself prepared, having had a chance to review the staff report and also the report of HPAP, and of course to have been influenced by what we've seen and heard today. I think there's four things I would like to say. Hopefully I'll remember to say four things and work within the minutes available. The first is, I must confess, having read a lot of reports, I was struck by the laudatory tone of the early recommendations with respect to the participation of the senior orders of government. And in particular, I concluded, I hope I'm right, that city staff, and generally speaking, there's pleasure that there's progress on the housing file. So notwithstanding the fact that on shelters in particular, that the province has for their own benefits, capped their per diems, we're looking past that. But there's a very, very significant delta, fiscal delta involved in that policy, and I was surprised that it was overlooked. And so I do find myself finding some, I'm not interested in D ratings or F ratings because I've suffered from too many of those, but I must say in terms of the tone of the report, I was surprised given the crisis and the urgency which this committee has been so successful at bringing to bear here at the city, that the extent to which shelter funding has been made decidedly less stable from other partners, that I thought that got slightly short shrift, and there's a big fiscal delta there. So I would say that first and foremost. Urgency. So I think many, many people have spoken to it better than I can, but one thing I would like to comment on is that the HPAP report went and reviewed several of the respite centers, and as an example spoke well, or wrote well, about how the Regent Park Community Recreation Center had performed in this respite duty. And of course, in the circumstances, everybody would agree we have to throw everything we can at the problem. But we should be careful not to lose sight that those facilities built for a specific purpose, repurposed for weeks and weeks or months on an end, is both an example of the extent to which the crisis has unfolded and we aren't prepared for it, and is a crisis of another form for those communities. And Regent Park families had experiences that were challenging in their own. We need to be mindful of that in terms of the way that resources are sometimes reprioritized. Two other comments. Continuity of care and the principle of patient-centered care runs the risk, in my view, of being lost in this discussion about adding ancillary health services at shelter sites. We wish to do so and see those services as comprehensive, but I haven't seen anybody telling me what happens to the shelter resident or service beneficiary who moves from site to site, as many do, as I understand it. So it seemed to me a model that was unfolding, organized as we usually have in healthcare, to the convenience of healthcare providers. And I really would like to say is that I benefit from primary care provided by the family health team, and there is a family health team that was founded out of Seton House and the like, that offers an electronic health record that means I don't need to see my doctor unless it's an exceptional circumstance, and others in a team of care offering that comprehensiveness can engage. And there is one me, and all of the information is put there. And it would be a bad situation to credit ourselves with the evolution of health services that really don't follow the patient or pretend that people are that are always at the same site. Out of the cold, my instinct is people are more transitionary. And the last thing I will say, and I have to say, I have a certain amount of personal, maybe guilt or responsibility. I've asked myself the question many, many times. I've concluded that we do have a distinct discrimination involved, and I ask this question is, how entrenched is the discrimination against people who use the shelter system being unable to be adequately evaluated for their underlying acuities and given the appropriate opportunities to access long-term care? And even in the nature of this proposed pilot, which is, oh, well, maybe we'll have our own place to send people from the shelter system in a long-term care home environment designed more on the George Street site in the future, that is just as delayed and is just as denied. And we need to push harder to say that there are people in the shelter system who deserve more adequate supports, and that affordable housing and supportive housing are not the only supports, and some people deserve access to long-term care sooner. And we also need to look at the hospital discharge policies and take a look at how the city, which has 11 long-term care homes, mindful of time, Chairman, wrapping up right now, that we have 11 long-term care homes investing significant resources beyond the regulatory status, but we send people from hospitals out into shelter systems knowing the complete inadequacy of the model and knowing they're going to return to those same hospitals tomorrow or the day after. That's unconscionable. I think the city has a very, very strong case to make a stronger argument to say, we have these resources and we're going to dedicate them to our shelter people. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Questions for the deputants. Councillor Wong-Tam, then Councillor Cressy, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, former Deputy Premier. And former Minister of Health, I'm taken back by your comments with respect to the recommendations before us from staff that perhaps they're too flattering of the provincial government, considering that you've come from the provincial government. Can you help us articulate what needs to be said to the provincial government?
Well, I think I get it. There's generally been a decent amount of progress towards the variety of programs and all the acronyms. Sorry, I'm still catching up. So that more and more we hope to be able to say an entrant into the shelter system has a pathway through it and there's an exit opportunity, and through a variety of things like 244 supportive housing units and the like, we can start to see some progress towards it. So I could align myself with that, but if we are going to use the word crisis, I don't really understand why we'd leave the fiscal delta associated with shelter funding alone. I was involved at the province. Every fiscal organization would like to have fewer runaway trains in their budget. That is, budgets which run the risk through the course of the year to elevating beyond what was approved at the beginning of the year. And I understand that as a matter of fiscal prudence, but that policy on the part of the province has been forced back to them rejigging their shelter bed policy to an extraordinary fiscal detriment to the City of Toronto, probably some other municipalities too, but nowhere as great as Toronto, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars.
And so because the City of Toronto is being shortchanged with respect to the hostel per diem and the Chippy program, what can we do to compel the provincial government to fix that funding gap? Because we're about $11.5 million from a shortfall, even from last year.
Well, I would take the fiscal, I mean, that's for other people to determine for themselves. My thing about it is, if the province needs to live in an environment where that program is now capped out and where the municipal affairs budget is not going to go through the roof, then I still use the number of the fiscal delta and say, you're not paying us here, so you owe us here, and we need that money, and we're going to use it for more supportive housing beds or something, which does seem like a rather essential element of unlocking the notion of further unlocking the notion of a continuum for people that might enter the shelter system. So, I'm going to if I know what the number is, you say $11 million, then I'm going to use that number to try and beat home a point, which is to say, in the face of a crisis, the province has done some things, the George Street former youth site, et cetera, but why, since the crisis continues to unfold and the fiscal aspects of it continues to unfold, I wouldn't give the point away, and I'd be constantly pressing for more. It's a crisis, and accordingly, everybody should be brought to bear.
So I have final two questions. With respect to the Regent Park Rec Center that was repurposed temporarily for the respite facility, I think you alluded to the fact that it created a different crisis for families that are there. Can you elaborate on that?
One wants to be careful about this, of course, because we know why it was deployed, because there was a crisis and people were at such extraordinary risk, and no one can fault that utilization, but it went on for a long, long time. I'm recently married. My partner is not yet in jurisdiction, and I rely on after-school programs really for my survival, for my two kids, 3:30 to 5:30, and lots of other families do. And as an example, those kind of programs and many, many, many other programs turned a bustling and dynamic youth-oriented facility into one which proved as a facility to be reasonably effective in a crisis, but prevented thousands of individual person uses. Considering that the facility was first built for those recreation purposes, that's a hardship in the community and for those families also. And we're on a course towards that occurring in a much greater, not just in Regent Park, I would rather guess. The HPAP report commented quite rightly that facilities with showers and bathroom ratios, as an example, are going to be ought to be maybe favorable. Well, it's going to be easier for councillors out there to know who's got recreation facilities that have good potential for such repurposing if the crisis is allowed to unfold or to go forward unmitigated. I think that's a risk that people need to be conscious of.
Okay. My final question is regarding long-term care facilities. You alluded to the fact that there's discrimination within long-term care facility providers. I mean, the City of Toronto is the long-term care provider. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Well, I think it's not to blame the city in this circumstance. There's intake protocols for long-term care which measure the acuity of individuals and offers a determination as to whether one is suitable for long-term care or not. In the long-term care environment, you see the emergence of dementias and the associated challenges, meaning that long-term care and the city facilities, I try to say long-term care homes instead of facilities, but the city homes, of course, are responding to that. My theory would be that as the long-term care system was under pressure from aging, it responded to the challenges of dealing with clients with underlying difficulties such as dementias, which lead to sometimes aggressive and violent behaviors, but I don't think it's been forced to attend itself to customizing long-term care in a fashion which can accommodate a long-term homeless or shelter population who may themselves also need some accommodation. We know that we've done that in the shelter system at George Street over time, but I find it a little bit like half-hearted progress to say we are going to move towards piloting a long-term care environment, and by the way, it's still going to be over at George Street. And to me, it rankles me because it says the long-term care environment is not under pressure to respond on an acuity basis to who's out there, irrespective of what their underlying circumstances might be. They ought to be evaluating what is the underlying chronic situation. Not everybody that we talk about 24-hour care, in this environment it becomes supportive housing because we can't even contemplate that long-term care would be under pressure to accommodate some of those 20. And I don't know if that's 2% of people that we're talking about or 3% or 5%, but I'm I'm personally quite convinced. And I just remind everyone that the city makes a massive commitment to long-term care. They have a regulatory obligation to operate one long-term care home, and they operate 11, if I'm right. And I think that's a leverage point. You add significant supplementary funding to that, and whether that resource could be made more beneficial to try and house some people that are in the system, perhaps like the case that we just heard about, but I just see it. What was the evaluation? That woman is over 70 in the shelter or drop-in environment. You'd rather think that somebody be advocating for her as a potential long-term care client.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Chair. And George, welcome back professionally to City Hall. Personally, congratulations on the marriage, I should say. I just want to drill in, given your background at the Ministry of Health as the former minister. You described the entrance in and the pathway out. There's the housing component on the pathway out, and for many, there's the delivery of health services on the pathway out. So you mentioned, and this is where I'm curious in your advice, the delivery model for health services. And so we're about to have a presentation from staff in the LHIN. And so I'm curious as it relates to the delivery model you would recommend. Is it embedded within our shelter sites? How do we deal with that given the transient nature of many of the people who use our sites and access to electronic records and others? Just your recommendations and thoughts on the model.
And thank you for the option. And I know time is challenging. I would say the following is, I know that the LHIN, firstly, I created the LHIN, and I know why there's more than one in Toronto, and if anyone wants to talk about that, I'll let them know how that's an enormous advantage for Toronto economically. Secondly, and it's an opportunity also to work with more than one of them and to find one that can evolve a best practice and force it on the other. So I'll just leave that to the people trying to figure out these LHIN things. I know they brought together a table with, I think, 27 different participants. I haven't seen the notes from those meetings, and I want to look at it. First and foremost, I ask myself is, we have the Sherbourne Health Centre that had infirmary beds. Where are they in this context? In the reports, I hardly see a reference to the Sherbourne Health Centre except in the context of the bus. Where is the bus going, and why isn't it going further? Have we fully... So to me, I have a lot of questions around that. But what I know for sure is, if we're going to have a site-specific model, and then, and indeed our population, the patient, is not singularly site-specific, then what is the point of it? If we don't find... So to me, it could be 50 different providers, I suppose, at all different sites and the like. But if there isn't something that creates a continuity, which I think is an electronic health record, then really all we're doing is throwing good... Of course, we'll find people that need care, a wound, a bandage change, a wound care, et cetera, et cetera. But if we're going to initiate a conversation about mental health with Susie and build trust with client Susie on Monday, because she's in that out of the cold center, and on Thursday she goes to this out of the cold center, and they start the conversation all over. What is the bloody point of it except a lot of expense? And I think we all remember $1 Million Murray. And I'm not sure how many, but I think we've got several thousand $250,000. But it's like all this resource not landing in a fashion which is necessarily very impactful, and an absence of accountability for the relation, for that patient relationship. I think the electronic health record is essential for two reasons. Accountability for some providers to say, this is a relate, so that when the person transitions out of the shelter system, like, oh, now we don't have health care, you got to start all over. So I'll stop there, because I'm the chairman's disdain about my lengthy answers. So.
Oh, no disdain here. No disdain.
Thank you, George.
I had a very quick question. You made reference to hospitals and discharge policies. Now, there was a motion that I was going to move at council, which I withdrew at the last minute to get another package of motions through. But under the Public Hospitals Act, are there any restrictions on hospitals discharging unless they have a fixed address to go to?
I should say at one time I couldn't claim not to be expert in that, but I can claim that now, a few years removed. Obviously, there's not obviously because of the practices, there isn't a legal impairment to that, but we are in an environment where we are, in a certain sense, viewing shelters as housing. So perhaps we've created for the hospitals too low a standard. I'm struck by the images that I saw in the United States from Baltimore, I think it was, in the heart of a circumstance of someone that had been shunted out from a hospital, standing on a corner, still with the wind, the wind blowing the gown. And I've seen too many people that are homeless with a fresh, with a fresh cast or what have you. Well, everyone could figure on discharge that person's coming right back. I mean, you got to handicap that and say, what are the circumstances that this person, because of course hospitals are expensive, so we're pushing people through. There's there's a lot of pressure on output, but I really think in these circumstances the city has the opportunity to press much harder on this, especially because the City of Toronto makes such a strong financial commitment to the long-term care environment with 11 homes and the like. I think this is a point where the city should be pressing harder, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for the deputants?
Yes, hi.
One more? Oh, I thought we were done. Okay, go ahead.
Just quickly, the third recommendation is actually to press harder on the provincial government for council to do that.
Read me the first one and the second one again, if you don't mind, Councillor Fletcher. Read me the first recommendation and the second recommendation, if you don't mind, again, and then I'll read. I accept your. I mean, accept your point.
You believe it? Are you saying it should be the first recommendation?
I think if you're going to use the word crisis, you have the opportunity to have communications which are elevated in a compensatory fashion.
I'll move to make recommendation number 3, recommendation number 1, and
okay.
We'll just make that change. So it's recommendation number 1. When we move motions, yeah. I'm not moving that now. I'm just letting the clerk know I'm going to be making that. So that 3 will.
All right. Well, she's over here. So.
And then on page 35. We have the funding laid out from 2009 to 18 on basically what the city has ended up funding and what we get from the provincial and federal government. But we can't see exactly how much we get from the provincial government. We can only see that the city pays well over half of what the other governments put in. So it's 17 was 67 million by the city, 128 two levels of government, 69 million city dollars, 114 million provincial and federal combined. Does that surprise you?
I don't have that chart in front of me.
It's the report.
Yeah, I realize that, but more specifically, my point was on the alteration that the province made in its per diem, on the bed per diem.
I do understand.
Isolated as an argument.
Yes.
Blended, you can have many arguments as that the province and federal governments are making comprehensive efforts to do X, Y, and Z. But personally, I felt like that shelter aspect deserved greater illumination.
This is the shelter. This is funding only for the shelters. So I think it would be helpful if I understood the committee sought more information as to exact funding from each level of government.
Or even, Councillor, something that showed the percentage of shelter costs which are cost shared and how that's evolved over a number of years.
I think that kind of is there because that's the cost sharing chart that we're sharing over half of the costs, and yet we're the little city government. So
and with people with greater history, I think would tell us that formula is, let's say, from those levels of government, less generous than it once was.
Probably it is. So if you have a chance to read that report, I think you'll find that very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I thought I saw Councillor Mihevic's hand go up for a very...
My question was actually asked by Councillor Fletcher around point number 3. You are aware that we have been actually, and it's kind of funny, I almost feel like I want to defend the province, but my question is...
That is funny, Councillor.
You are aware that we've been hammering the province around getting an appropriate sum for our shelters through many resolutions in the last. The difference, though, in number 1 and 2 is that, you know what, they did cough up 354 at George Street. I'm not sure whether that's a rental for a short term or a purchase. It's going to be one of my questions. And the Homes for Good, at least we got that. And it's always good to have a bit of a carrot and a bit of a stick. And so, are you aware?
I think that I'm aware of the pressure when you're dealing with another order of government to have relationships managed across the array of files. And in the housing area, as I think I said right off the bat, I know that there has been, I know that there is other progress, and perhaps for those reasons, people choose to be more, more oriented towards, attracting people through positive comment and the like. However, if the word crisis is so I just say, okay, I understand that concept, but my communications instinct and my strategic instinct tells me that if I'm operating in an area of crisis, and as a city council, we're making this extraordinary commitment to, significant commitment towards construction of new capacity, then it would be reasonable to highlight that that was a little too much going it alone in the context. And I think these are governments which are very committed, I'm convinced of it, to addressing these issues, and they are also very, very aware that the nature of the crisis is challenging. So I think more pressure should be brought to bear when you want to use the word crisis. I guess that's kind of my underlying strategic and communications instinct. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Smitherman. Okay, so it's staff presentation, if the committee so wishes.
Hey, good afternoon.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to your 10-minute presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Council. All right. So good afternoon. I'm Constanza Lovato with the Social Development, Finance and Administration Division. With me today is Marianne Bedard from Shelter Support and Housing Administration. And from the Toronto Central LHIN, we have Madeline Morgenstern, who is the LHIN lead for the City LHIN Partnership, and Nello Del Rizzo, who is the LHIN lead for developing the new health model for shelter clients. In January, this committee asked staff and the LHIN to develop and deliver a joint presentation on the new shelter service model and the new health model. So our presentation today will set the context and explain to you how we got here. We'll review the key elements of the new shelter service model. We'll also outline the new health model and identify opportunities for collaboration between the city and the LHIN, and then we'll conclude the presentation with next steps. So as this committee heard today and is also well aware, the demand for shelter services has been trending up since 2012 and is driven largely by the scarcity of affordable housing in the city, low incomes, an increase in precarious work, lack of supportive housing to meet the needs of vulnerable people with mental health and addiction issues and other complex issues, and also Toronto's increasing population growth, including increasing numbers of refugee claimants. And recently, Council directed staff to open 1,000 new shelter beds in neighborhoods throughout the city, in addition to those related to the George Street Revitalization Project, in order to meet the increasing demand for shelter services and also meet the 90% occupancy target. This equates to 21 potential shelter sites between 2018 and 2020. So when proposing to open a new shelter, SSHA and its partners followed a community information process that outlined how staff would engage communities in each of the shelter projects. And experiences in applying the CIP process highlighted the need to develop and improve the engagement process. On August 24th, Deputy Mayor Bailão and Councillor Fletcher in 2016 offered their leadership in reviewing the community information process and in developing a new framework for siting shelters in Toronto. A third-party facilitator through Public Progress was hired to conduct the review, and that included focus groups with people with lived experience of homelessness, community agencies, and also interviews with councillors and staff. The process culminated in a full-day charrette, which brought together shelter operators and community members with experts in the public relations field, facilitation, and architecture, and planning and real estate development. The findings from the review were reflected in a report titled Engaging Communities in First Step Housing and Services. And the report reflected a consensus that we needed to change the public conversation about homelessness, and to do that, it required a full transformation of the shelter service model itself, so that it worked better for people experiencing homelessness and for the neighborhoods where these services are located. The new shelter service model is based on the recommendations included in the report, Engaging Communities in First Step Housing and Services. The new service model overview, the elements include a new process for identifying site locations based on a property development approach, a new community engagement process, a new housing-focused service model, neighborhood integration, and best practice design guidelines. Taken together, this new service model will promote a focus on design, program, and operational excellence in the delivery of services to people experiencing homelessness. The shift away from opportunistic real estate-driven approach to siting shelters towards a more strategic property development-driven approach includes an annual review to identify opportunities and gaps in a range of services that are available for people who are homeless across the city. The annual review also considers the infrastructure plans and plans of community agency-operated shelters, including the status and stability of leased properties. The results of this annual assessment are presented to Council and will be considered as part of the City's capital and operating budget process. Staff will also explore opportunities to co-locate services with other City facilities and the use of City-owned properties as potential sites to leverage development opportunities across the City. And part of the transformation is approaching shelter siting as a corporate initiative, thank you, that will require support from all divisions and City agencies. A new community engagement process has been adopted, and the purpose of the community engagement is to inform the community about the project and gather feedback on how to successfully integrate the shelter into the neighborhood, and also to identify community champions. It's to develop service delivery and coordination of plans with service providers, and it's to develop an issue response protocol that addresses community, city, and resident needs. A key element of the community engagement plan includes use of a third-party facilitator, and in fact, a roster of qualified facilitators has already been created through an RFP. An engagement plan for each site using a consistent approach, and that is tailored to the specific context of the project, will be developed and in consultation with the local councillor. The plan also includes a neighborhood profile that provides a detailed asset and needs assessment of the area. And as well, the community engagement plan will employ a diversity of engagement activities, which include meeting with key community leaders, businesses, and other stakeholders, holding open houses to showcase the shelter and provide residents the opportunity to speak to a range of city and agency representatives, establishing what are called embrace committees to make connections between the shelter and the neighborhood. So there are a variety of tools, including, website information for each project. And as well, for each site, a city service plan will be developed in advance of the community engagement. So I'll turn it over to Marianne to talk more specifically about the actual service model.
So the service model has two components, and I'll be speaking about the component that's the responsibility of the City of Toronto. So we wanted to build on the directions underway in our city shelter standards, also our service plan and the George Street revitalization. And that really focuses on making sure we're using a housing first approach, which means that we're using a strengths-based focus that recognizes that the people in our shelter system are resourceful and resilient. We'll be developing individualized service plans based on standardized assessment of each client's unique needs. We'll ensure client-centered wraparound case management and housing supports to improve housing stability and avoid a return to homelessness. And we'll also provide system navigation supports to access needed income supports, social services, and housing supports, along with care coordination and health system partners with needed health care services. So we've already started last year by engaging a committee made up of city staff and of representatives for each of the 5 pilot sites that are going to operate under this new model. And we're conducting an evaluation as we go through this first year. For the SSHA component, we're ensuring that each of these new sites has frontline staffing in addition to these new resources that we'll be adding. It includes a supervisor that will lead a team, and they'll be responsible for system navigation, service resolution, community outreach, caseload management, and monitoring of assessment procedures. We're also going to insist on a client-worker ratio of 1 to 20, which enables that individualized case management to happen. They'll be conducting full assessments as part of that case management, doing more intensive case management where needed, and we're also going to ensure that there's needed peer support, harm reduction, and other complementary services based on the specific needs of the client base. One of the really important parts of the new model is about the integration into the neighbourhood, and you heard Costanza's reference to embrace committees. This is an opportunity for the community to embrace this as a new service in their community. Our new approach will ensure that clients have access to shelter services 24 hours a day with opportunities for program on site. We'll make sure that there's access to other community services such as affordable housing, health, harm reduction, addiction, training, and employment services. We'll be promoting a community hub model that includes a range of services offered within the building that are available not only to the residents but also to the local community. And we'll be looking for opportunities to co-locate with other city services such as community centres, libraries, and childcare. We're also underway with a survey to reprofile the shelter system and recommend a new term that represents much better what this new model seeks to achieve. Looking forward, we also want to recognize, and I think Emily spoke about it a little bit in her deputation, the importance of the physical environment for the people that are living in or staying in our shelters. We're working on developing standardized design guidelines for the building of all new shelters. These design guidelines will include elements such as the crime prevention through environmental design, making sure the buildings are attractive and fit well into neighborhoods, including multi-purpose space for use by the community, making sure the space is designed for a variety of services, including healthcare and wellness rooms, ensuring that we move away from dormitory-style sleeping and include a variety of room configurations to encourage single, double, and quad occupancy. Looking at individualized storage options for clients, access to technology such as Wi-Fi and computers on site, adhering to green standards, and making sure as well that the interior design thinks about the particular needs of the groups such as youth, seniors, couples, people with pets, immigrants, and LGBTQ residents. Yep, that's included as well. All of our new shelters will be AODA compliant, which we're really excited about. And we're in the process of developing these new design guidelines now, and we hope that they'll be fully implemented in 2019, but we'll be looking at all elements as we build current buildings. These are our 5 pilot sites. We're one of the partners, but then we also are including 3 of our community partners. As any additional shelter sites are opened, initially we had been thinking that it was just going to be limited to these 5 pilots, but we're expediting the opening of new shelters. So we're going to make sure that any new shelter that comes on in the new model format. We'll ensure this through RFPs and contractors to ensure that third-party operators understand the expectations and components of the new model. And once we've piloted the new model, reviewed it, and ensured that that is the way that we want to go, we will look to an implementation plan that will expand to the existing shelter system. So we're bringing the existing shelter system along with us as we transform it. Transformation of the existing system will occur over time, and it will require some additional commitment of funds. So that includes the SSHA sort of city portion, but we wouldn't be able to do this without our partners in health. So I'll turn it over to them for more details.
Thanks, Marianne, and thank you to the committee and to the city for inviting the LIN to be part of this conversation. Pass on regrets from my CEO, Susan Fitzpatrick, who was unable to come today, but has a very keen interest in this project and in partnering with the city more broadly on lots of projects. So as the city has been working on its new service model, it's also reached out to the Toronto Central LIN. So we have a partnership to work on integrating health services in shelters also. The Shelter Health Services Design Project is one of 5 priority action areas under the City LIN partnership, which was signed in November of last year. The partnership is really building on a number of existing initiatives. The Toronto Central LIN and the city have partnered in a number of ways on a number of projects. Most recently, there's Thorncliffe Park, Community Hub in the East End. We've worked with the city on the Toronto Indigenous Health Advisory Council, worked with the city on a population health leadership table with Toronto Public Health. So really the partnership is about elevating that work and bringing it to a strategic planning level so that we can have a sustained and integrated planning and decision-making capacity. We like to refer to the partnership as weaving the threads of our current relationships and shared initiatives into a cloth of lasting strategic partnerships. So that's the colorful image you see in the slides. So the Shelter Health Services Design Project is a really good example of this, where both the city and the Toronto Central LIN are bringing together their resources and assets to optimize services for its shared public, and in this instance, Torontonians that are experiencing homelessness. The Shelter Health Services Design Project represents a joint commitment to a consistent approach to the delivery of health services in shelters across the city. It's about delivering the right care in the right place at the right time. The project started with a workshop in May of 2017, which brought together representatives of over 25 different organizations working in this sector in Toronto. They helped us to identify some key elements of a health services model, and then eventually became an advisory committee for this work. And they represent shelter operators, health service providers, and other GTA LINs. The advisory committee also informed the vision of and goals of this project, which you can see on this slide. So the vision is that shelter clients' needs are met through seamless collaboration between health and shelter service providers. The goals being that we would develop a shared approach to service delivery between health and shelter and housing providers, that we would have clear mandates, roles, and responsibilities, and that there's joint accountability for shelter client outcomes. And so on that point, clearly a key element of this project is that we have an evaluation process. So we currently have a third-party consultant that is developing common key performance indicators and metrics and helping us to establish baselines and targets for this project. So the advisory committee met first in October 2017 and then again in February 2018 to develop the framework for coordinated health services. So I'm going to highlight some of the key elements of this framework. The first being that each shelter site would have a working group with representation from people experiencing homelessness, from local health service providers, and from shelter operators. that would be tasked with developing and implementing the coordinated health services delivery model. And they'd be tasked with doing so in a way that met the local needs, both of their population, but also recognizing what assets and resources exist in the community also. Each working group would have a designated shelter supervisor navigator, as well as a lead health services provider. And that lead health services provider would be identified through a LHIN-led expression of interest process. The working group would also have access to resources like a planning guide and project management supports, which would help them to go through the process of establishing some shared visions and commitments, as well as doing an assessment and developing a plan for action. Another element of the framework is the Memorandum of Understanding between the shelter operators and the lead health service provider. And that would specify the accountability relationship between the parties to deliver on their respective responsibilities. So the lead health service provider may have other agreements with other health service providers. I think this is a recognition that one service provider might not be able to serve the full range of health service needs in a shelter. So that may be just a relationship, or it may be another agreement with other health service providers. And this would allow, the MOU would allow the shelter operators to focus on shelter and housing navigation and services, and allow health service providers to focus on health service delivery and navigation. But it would also establish areas for shared responsibilities, which I'll touch on the next slide. But before we get there, I also wanted to note an important element of the framework is an accountability structure, which would include coordinated oversight by the Toronto Central LHIN and the City of Toronto, and an ongoing Shelter Health Services Advisory Committee. A regular process will be set up for reviewing performance in delivering the coordinated care to identify any gaps in service that need to be addressed. And the City and the LHIN would also include expectations regarding this coordinated service provision in their respective accountability agreements with service providers. So as noted, in addition to separate responsibilities, the two staff identified, the shelter navigator and the lead health service provider, would also have joint responsibilities relating to identifying client needs beyond the on-site capacity and facilitating access to other services. Key functions of those staff working together include a shared health and social services intake and assessment plan, a coordinated care plan based on client needs and goals, a shared approach to service delivery to provide wraparound care, shared follow-up with clients and care conferences amongst providers, a shared transition plan for clients to move into the community, and shared follow-up after clients move out of the shelter. And I think that's a really important point. I think we've heard that they're not necessarily only going to be living in that shelter, and so understanding the need to support them as they transition through different spaces is a really a key element of this framework. A planning guide document, as I noted, had been developed with instructions and tools to ensure shared approaches between providers will be implemented. So this model would be implemented in the 5 pilot sites that have already been noted, but with a view to expanding it to other shelters throughout the city. And it's also a critical and top of mind for the Seton House clients as they transition out of that building as part of the George Street Revitalization Project. So again, in partnership, the city and the LHIN have been working with key health providers and shelter staff to develop a coordinated approach for health services informed by this model. Turn it back to.
So I'm hoping that, as you can see by the steps that we've outlined, 2018 is going to be a very exciting year that will hopefully see some great progress for the system and supports for people who are experiencing homelessness. City staff are excited by these opportunities, and we're looking forward to the opportunities to work further with our colleagues in healthcare and ensure that some of the issues that have been raised that we are aware of are given solutions as we move forward with this new model. Our next steps are on the slides.
Thank you very much. So, committee members, do we want to consider this questions for staff at this time? Yes. Yes. Okay, we're going to questions for staff, so it could be questions to the presenters or questions to general staff. These are tough choices. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much. It might require a round or two, given that it's a 58-page document. And I'll speak later, but thank you for a great document. I I don't think it's a D+. I think it's best thing that's happened in a while. But some quick questions. Is respite centers after April 15th? Do we have this is a short answer. A plan is coming forward and it's going to be public soon, 6 weeks away?
Yeah, so that's correct. So we are working with all of the providers currently to find options to either stay with the existing respite centers, locations, and operators. We're also working with city real estate staff to find alternate sites because we know we do need some alternate sites.
And you're confident that we will be able to do this? And when will it go public, this plan?
As soon as we have it pulled together. So we're working day and night on this.
Okay, great, thank you. 354 George Street, did they give it to us, or are we there for a short time, not a long time?
So based on the current agreement, through the chair, based on the current agreement, we have a short-term lease until April the 15th. But we've directed staff to negotiate a longer-term lease, and there's been discussions at the very senior levels between Peter Wallace and the CEO of Infrastructure Ontario, Mr. Corey, as well as between myself, the Deputy City Manager, Josie Shuley, Tony Rossi, who is the President of Real Estate for Infrastructure Ontario. So we intend to discuss a longer-term plan for 354 George Street.
Great, thank you, that's helpful. That map that you had here on the locations of shelters, I know there's a debate in the community, and there's a debate here. Have we, do we have a sense that people really want, so one side of the argument says they want to be, we want to be in the downtown area where there's a whole bunch of services. Others say that it should be a decentralized approach all over. Have we landed, have you landed your plane on that issue?
Through the chair. So really it's a combination. There is need throughout the entire city. We know that there's deep need in the core of the city, which is why we are focused on opening new sites in the core. And 354 Davenport is a great example of that with the support of Councillor Cressy. But we also know that there are very significant supports required elsewhere in the city. So as an example, when we opened up, we spoke to 500 users of the system as we prepared for winter this year. And one of the messages that was very clear was there was service required in Scarborough. When we opened 705 Progress, it was immediately full.
Because people want to be near where they perhaps became homeless, near where they have families and their own internal support structures.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, so it'll be a blended. The next 10 will be a little bit downtown, but also out in the inner suburbs.
That's correct. Through the new process, we're doing an evaluation right across the city and rating all areas of the city based on need.
Right, great, thank you. One of the deputants mentioned long-term care, and it has actually befuddled me as to that transition. So if I'm in the community and I need long-term care facility and I don't have a private provider, it's not, I haven't really seen that as a tough to get into one of our long-term care facilities providing their space. But from a shelter into long-term care, that seems to be a wider gulf. And I've never really understood how that, why that's so hard. And I don't know if it's 5%, 10% of the people who use our shelter system more regularly, who are now elderly, why that passage can't be done more efficiently, effectively.
Through the chair, so this remains a significant challenge in the shelter system. We have done, as an example, an assessment at Seton House of quite a number of individuals. We've been successful with a small number of individuals moving them into long-term care facilities. The challenge is working with those facilities as it relates to behavioral issues associated with the clients. So there is a lot of choice from the facilities point of view in terms of managing the behavioral issues. This is one of the reasons why we're working so closely with our own long-term care program. So in the plan for Seton House right now, Mr. Tanner is working with long-term care homes to identify 60 clients that we could actively move into long-term care and bridge that gap and figure out how we best do that and create that model going forward into the future. We're also working closely with our partners at the LHIN and also the CCAC, who does that work to try and facilitate this in a more efficient and effective manner.
I think my 5 minutes is up, but I have one more question, but it's up to you, Mr. Chair. I can ask it later. I don't want to steal the...
Very quickly.
Okay. To our good friends from the LHINs, and I totally appreciate this new model. I think we've been kind of beating around, well, talking about it, frankly, for a long time, and it's great, and we welcome this, and I have nothing but praise for it. But my question is why would we only go on phasing in for 5 new places where I can tell you, like, it's not hard to imagine us also saying, you know what, there's 63 of them, you're going to take care of 5 of them, there's 58. That tells me 58 could use a nurse. And you know what, the ones that don't have nurses, you know, if you even give us a day a week for all of them and then kind of build capacity, that's something, we don't need a pilot. We just need to kind of do it. Is that in the cards?
So I would say that the model is not specific just to the 5 pilot sites. So the model could be applied in a number of different contexts. The 5 pilot sites, I think, are where we would be doing the more rigorous evaluation of the model to see where it works or doesn't work or where there are gaps. Because I think as part of this project, we heard a lot of variability in terms of our providers' access to different services, their capacity to manage the health service needs of their clients, and the models of care that they were using. So I think the model is about connecting the health services with the housing services as a first step, and that I don't think that that's something that can't happen across the city in all shelters.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Who was next? Yeah? Councillor Wong Tam?
Okay, thank you very much. So just picking up where Councillor Mihevc's question left off, the LHINs currently funds 80 physicians through Inner City Health that's supposed to provide health services for those who are using the shelter system. What have you learned from that that can be scaled up now, as opposed to introducing a brand new pilot project that seems to ignore any of the learnings from the existing shelters, that you now need to create a whole new pilot program?
So the Inner City Family Health Associates have been part of the advisory committee, so their learnings are certainly part of this model. Their capacity to serve clients is, I would say, different than other health service providers. So I think it's taking their learnings and understanding what they've done and where they have good models and applying that to other shelters, because they are not working in all shelters in the city currently. So I think I wouldn't categorize this as a new pilot that dismisses previous learnings, but rather we incorporated learning from people who are working in this environment already to try to capitalize on what has worked best in those environments to implement it throughout the city.
But wouldn't it just make sense to scale up what you know is already working in the existing system with those existing partnerships? Because the communities on the ground, on the receiving end of service, is constantly giving you feedback through a loop, as opposed to creating a whole new pilot based on some learnings in a whole new environment where the facilities are shiny and new, where you are able to sort of clean up, start from a clean slate. I'm just perplexed with why it's a five-site pilot on a new facility when you've got shelters in crisis and communities in crisis using those shelter facilities that have been crying for additional services and funding from the LHINs.
So, sorry, is your question about whether we're not, like, I think, again...
My question is, like, why are you not dealing with it with the core root of what the service providers on the ground have already been telling you?
So I think what they're telling us is different in different neighborhoods. The model of care is different in different neighborhoods. The needs of the population are also different in different neighborhoods. So where that model works in one shelter, it doesn't work in another. So part of this model is supposed to be about having the shelter operators and the health service providers work together to identify the needs that work best. I don't think that that the learnings from the inner city health associates are not going to be part of the process, and where they're already working in shelters, that will continue to happen. But I think that isn't happening in every shelter, and so that's why this model is supposed to be bringing the lessons learned and the best practices from there into other shelters.
Those 80 physicians now through the inner city health associates, how many facilities out of the 63 are they already working with? Because they're not working across the city.
Right. I don't have that answer. We can look into it and get back to you.
The reason I asked this question, I want to just drill down a little bit, is because in the Ward 27, the community that I represent here, we have 25% of the shelter facilities across the city, and between Councillor Cressy in Ward 20 and Councillor Troisi in Ward 28, I think we may have 50% of the population who are using shelters. And so recognizing that new resources are coming in, this new model of care is being developed, and yet you've got a very chronically underhoused with complex care requirements of a population that's just not getting those additional services. I'm frustrated on why the downtown core, which is bearing the entire brunt of the crisis, is not receiving its fair share of services.
I think certainly through this model, we recognize that there are varying needs in varying communities. And so I think you're right to point out that there are definitely the intensity of service need is higher in certain neighborhoods and certain regions. Part of the LHIN's sub-region planning approach has looked at that specifically for the Mideast, and our quality improvement initiative is dealing specifically with the homeless population in the Mideast, which is where your ward would be located. I think as part of this model too, and as we start to implement it and identify gaps, we are working with the ministry to look for opportunities to embed specific resources in specific communities. Specifically, your community, where there are a higher number of shelters, would be something that we would certainly put forward as a prioritization.
Okay. Just one final question, and it's actually directly for real estate services as well as SSHA. Recently, we began a conversation about engaging the brokerage community from the Toronto Real Estate Board. 49,000 members now have a memo from TREB with the specific shelter criterias that you have provided. What's the feedback so far from the TREB membership?
So that memo went out, I believe, what's today, Wednesday? Went out Monday afternoon. So as of about 30 minutes ago, we received 85 emails and 21 calls. We've generated 6 possibilities, and we do our daily review of MLS ourselves because we have access to MLS, so my staff does that daily review of MLS. So today we have a possibility of 9 additional sites to the list that we're managing on a daily basis.
Okay. So we're heading in a good direction now.
Yes.
And because the funding was placed there through the 2018 budget process, should you be able to identify those additional new shelter sites, you should be able to move on it pretty quickly.
We will move just as fast as we possibly can within our ability to acquire sites.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Cressy?
Well, thank you, Chair. And most of my questions are going to be for our SSHA department, but I just, on the LHIN side, and thank you for coming here. I know this is a rare occurrence together, so I appreciate it. Come back anytime. Councillor Wong-Tam and Mihevc asked a number of questions, so I won't repeat them. I just want to, how do we ensure that there is a continuum of care within the LHIN spectrum, given the transient nature of many of our clientele through different providers? What mechanisms currently exist to track that continuum of care?
It's an excellent question, and certainly one that is a bit of a challenge for this project that we've, it's been part of the conversations with our advisory committee for sure. You'll note that in the slides, one of the key elements of the framework and the shared approach is to develop a shared, follow-up plan with housing. I think one key piece of this, though, is that we have now brought together the health service providers that are doing this work throughout the city, and they're part of the advisory committee. So they know each other now. They understand the types of services that they are providing. And I think that is actually a really valuable element of this, so that when the care plan is devised for an individual, they recognize the other providers that are in that network, so that if they do transition into a different space, there's a relationship that already exists between the different health service providers.
So I guess I just want to drill down. I understand that having a convening table can create the beginnings of how to create a plan. Is there an electronic system whereby if somebody goes into and out of a cold one night, and then the next night they're in a 24-hour drop-in, and then the next night they get a bed in a shelter, is there an electronic system whereby we track that? And in the absence of that, is there a convening table whereby individual names are brought forward so that people at the other sites can identify and provide that care, kind of like a focus table, which we have on the police services side? Does that exist right now, or is that something we are looking to develop?
Within the health system, there are a number of ways of tracking electronic information, health information, that are maybe not well connected right now. So it's certainly something that is being worked on in a number of fronts. But to your point about whether there's a possibility of bringing individual names forward to a focus type, I don't think that's a bad idea, actually.
We just have 8,000 people using our different sites
right.
tonight, so.
But to the point that there may be some that are more complex, or that have, we're recognizing or showing up in different sites, it's a good point that we can certainly consider.
Okay, and we'll listen. Thank you for being here. I do really appreciate it. I'll pop over to you, our GM, Paul. I'll just go with that. I want to focus in on supportive housing for a moment. What are the number of units in the City of Toronto currently identified as needed immediately for supportive housing?
Through the chair, so the numbers aren't well understood. I'll put that out there. We use the Wellesley Institute numbers, which have looked across the province, and they've identified 56,000 units, and identify that Toronto's share would be about 18,000 units of supportive housing.
Okay, so I know the access point waiting list, provincially governed waiting list for supportive housing specifically focused on mental health, has 14,000 people on that waiting list, but those are people who've actually gone on the waiting list.
That's
so the
correct.
Wellesley Institute is the baseline that we as a city have, which is 18,000 currently?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Now the Home for Good program, which I understand we're putting out there to have more of a wraparound model of serving our client, people who use the system, including that supportive housing supports around them. How much money does that program currently cost, and how many people does that program serve?
So through the chair, we're really excited about the Homes for Good program. It's a 3-year program funded by the province. The total is $90 million across that 3-year. Very, very small number up front, about $4 million, but across the 3 years, there's approximately $35 million in capital, $55 million in operating, and it should serve 2,000 individuals.
Okay, so the current supportive housing program that is being rolled out for $90 million will serve about 2,000 people. So if we were, in order to increase that program to create the supportive housing spaces and wraparound supports for 18,000 people, which is the number we're using, do we have a sense of what that would cost then? Should I just double 90 million until we get up to 18,000? I mean, how do I look at this?
Through the chair, again, the actual numbers not well understood. So sure, if you were to just take those existing provincial numbers and multiply them to 18, that would give you a round number of how you would arrive at the 18,000.
And that round number, so help me with the math then. 90 million for 2,000 units.
It's always difficult, or it's not good to do mental math, but if I just did it off the top of my head, it's about 810 million. $810
million would be a rough estimate of how we ensure that we have supportive housing for the 18,000 people on the list that we are using.
So through the chair, that would simply be sort of 9 times the 2,000 individuals served by that 90 million. That's just that simple math right here off the top of my head.
And my final question, understanding I'm over time, so the Homes for Good model of creating new supportive housing units, the creation of those new units, the forms could take new build, conversion of existing facilities, be it owned by any order of government, private market units, with a rent subsidy and the wraparound supports. So the creation of 18,000 new supportive housing units does not necessarily mean building 18,000 new units, but identifying them, conversion, private rental market as strand as it is, or building new.
That's correct. So I'll give you two examples. Right now, we're working with TCHC. Mr. Rollins is working with TCHC in some of their rooming houses and using 204 available beds to create supportive housing
like
for
Winchester,
individuals.
for example.
And then there are programs like 389 Church and Winchester that would have 389 Church would have 120 standalone supportive housing units exclusively for women. That's a complete refurb.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thanks very much for, I'm not speaking, but the report's great. There's so much detail in there. I'd made a motion at council, I think, asking for a list of all of the federally owned properties, and I'm wondering what the status of that is.
Yes, through the chair, we never did receive a response to our request. We followed up by letter, and we're awaiting a response.
I'm sorry, the city has a property data map of every property. We know who the owner is of every property. Is there not some way that we can actually search that ourselves?
So we actually did do through Revenue Services, get a listing. Unfortunately, any properties that would be tax exempt, which would include many of the other orders of government, wouldn't be on that list because they don't pay property taxes.
I see. So the federal government has not given us a list of their properties yet.
That's correct.
That's something that those who are advocates in the community could certainly help in getting them to divulge that list of what properties are publicly owned at the moment by the federal government that may be, and then we would determine if they'd be suitable for shelter uses.
My understanding is Public Services and Procurement Canada, that's the group that we've reached out to and contacted, have sold off a large number of properties.
How about the provincial government? I think that somebody added that on there as well, that we'd be looking at the provincial
Yes,
government ownership.
correct. So we did reach out to the provincial government through Infrastructure Ontario and requested a response on behalf of all of the various different parts of the province. They did respond to our request through a letter. They've identified one property, 354 George Street.
Did you ask them to identify one that would be suitable, or just tell us all of the properties that you own in the city?
All properties.
And they only own one property?
One available that would meet our requirements that we specified to them. I would like to add, they did identify properties that are suitable for affordable housing. We are working through them with them on that. But relative to the request specific to shelter locations, one property was provided.
I can't remember the motion now. Did it ask for just shelters or also affordable housing locations?
If I recall, Councillor, it was all properties provincially owned and federally owned.
That could be provided, all properties. So we still, and when will we see that list?
So all properties that would meet the specific criteria that we set out to them.
Well, but the ones that are set out for shelters is different than the ones that might be available for affordable housing.
Correct.
Identified one that met the shelter requirements.
Correct.
But they're also identifying the rest of their properties.
Here's the motion.
Oh, here it is. City Council direct City Manager, shortly to be you, to prepare a list of all provincially and federally owned buildings and properties and to report back to the January 17th Community Council and Recreation meeting. So I think we're overdue. Would you agree we're overdue to get that?
Relative to that request, yes, correct.
So that would have to be to the next meeting then?
I'll restate the request.
You do that? Well, we now have a list of provincially owned ones. One that they've said here's for shelter, but other properties that they own have been provided to you. That's what I'm understanding.
So that's a gap.
That's what?
That is a gap.
What gap?
So what I mean by that is the request was made, the response was provided based on the shelter criteria. There wasn't a response providing all of the various different properties in the city of Toronto.
So we don't have that yet?
No, we don't.
Province. So where did you determine from them that they have some available for affordable housing?
So we're working closely with them on some very specific properties that are in support of affordable housing.
So right now, we're still waiting to find out what other levels of government actually own in the City of Toronto. And the federal government's refused to give it to us. The provincial government has given us one, and we're waiting for the rest from the provincial government. Is that correct?
So, Councillor,
Chair, let me try and help. Through the chair, what we might be able to provide is a list on the assessment roll of what is identified on the assessment roll that Impact provides.
We do have that, correct.
So that we would be able to provide. We wouldn't be able to tell from that list what's occupied and what's not occupied.
So we do
Or the
have a
size.
mechanism to find out, and then we could go from there, right? So I think the chair will probably ask in his motion to have that at the next meeting, at least the assessment roll. So that's the number one. Then number two on page 33, where we have, and it's been identified, which I think maybe everybody knew this already, but I certainly found this to be extremely important, to see that some 80% of those who go into the shelter system or emergency housing system leave before a year is out, and actually 60% leave within 3 months.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Have you provided that before, or is that something through this fantastic research that we're just getting in front of the committee?
Through the chair, since the day I started in this role.
Since the day you started, what?
Since the day I started in this role, the 10% of long-term shelter users using 60% of the bed nights struck me as one of the more profound things, challenges that we have.
So I'm going to then ask to drill down a little bit more based on the list of shelters, and the deputy city manager has done a whole piece. But are there certain spots where we're going to find that 20% concentrated? And those are people chronically who are homeless, who probably have a number of complex issues related to their lives, compared to somebody who's coming in the shelter and leaving within 30 days. Does our system break down in the way that here's ones that people are pretty well traveling through in and out in this end and out quickly, compared to certain locations where there's more complex chronic clients?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct. System performance is quite different site by site. So as an example, very highly funded location like Covenant House has exceptional performance in terms of moving individuals through. Other challenging locations such as Seton House, you will find individuals who have really deep needs, who have been there for many years. And so we are breaking those things out currently, and it's part of our new approach to data analytics.
I just have one other question.
We're almost at 8 minutes, Councillor Fletcher.
Can I just ask my last one? We all got the extra. And it's just that we've had identified a number of times here from Sistering, and I now got the statistics from Ms. Bender, that 43% of the women at Sistering are homeless, so they're staying there as their emergency home, and 57 are at risk of being homeless. But we've heard over and over again that 24-hour drop-in is actually being used as a shelter. And I'm not sure that I'm interested in how that information has been getting to you, because that's been going on for a while. And then what is our city response to that fact? It's called 24-hour drop-in, but people are there as a shelter situation. And in a number of cases, that we've seen, that's the case. How does that work between the community information and what you get outside of this meeting that we have here with our deputants bringing us actual information from the ground?
Through the chair, we have a close working relationship with the executive director from Sistering. This season, we have taken very tangible steps to make beds available at women's residence, and Mr. Tanner has worked directly with the executive director to identify individuals and move them into shelter spaces that were made available at women's residence. We have not fixed all of the issues, but we have been actively working towards assisting with that very complex and challenging situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I just have a couple of very quick questions. I'm just looking at the, I guess, the council motions from December the 5th, 2017. There's 26 motions here, and then there were more motions in January 2018, as well as another stack of motions coming forward. I noticed that some of these are due first quarter of 2018. We just touched on one where the deadline is already passed. Do you have the resources to take direction council based on the motions that are being passed, both here and at council? Do you have the resources to respond to these? And I should also point out that in this report, there's next steps, but none of them refer to responding to council motions. So I'm just wondering what the plan is. Before I drone on any further, I noticed motions 25 and 26 on December the 5th were requests from the federal government for various policy directives, money. Usually that's a correspondence written by the city manager, which our GMs would get a copy of. Is there any record of that correspondence being sent? One was to urge the federal government to expedite the implementation of the National Housing Strategy. 26 was request the federal government to pay for all necessary resources, including affordable housing, shelter costs for any refugees. Was that correspondence ever sent? Is one more detailed question. But the broader issue is, can you respond to, will you have the resources to respond to all of these motions?
Yeah. So through the chair, thank you for the question. Or to the chair, thank you for the question. So we are building an exceptional team around us here. Everybody is working absolutely full out. We are challenged by the resources. Deputy City Manager and the City Manager have provided a tremendous amount of support, and we are bringing on new staff. But I think it is something for us definitely to think about because the number of asks and new asks and the volume of work required is very high. So I would say that we are light on resources, no question about it.
Well, I don't want to ruin your day, but there's another stack of motions coming. Maybe Councillor Cressy will take you out for a drink afterwards.
Would you like to go out for a drink with me?
You have to pay, though.
We'll talk off
through the chair.
Just very quickly to wrap up here, I notice you're saying you're asking the Out of the Cold to go beyond April 15th. Now, many of those Out of the Cold programs are run in faith-based institutions, churches and synagogues and mosques. In the spring, and they start with their weddings and other various ceremonial events. How realistic is they're going to take on this voluntary program past April 15th? I consider it unrealistic. But
So through the chair, the Out of the Cold program is absolutely fantastic, amazing group of volunteers. City Council asked us to go forward and ask if that's possible. We certainly don't think that that is a tangible solution for the issues at hand. But of course, we are asking them as a result of that direction. Working through Dixon Hall, we believe that possibly a couple might be interested, but I would say largely these individuals have worked exceptionally hard through the season and will likely not be available after April 15th.
And finally, also on the Out of the Cold program, you're creating a new framework of service standards. Is that?
Through the chair, that's correct. So we have a team of people looking at the standards currently. We're using our existing standards as a starting point or framework. We're also working closely with the Ombudsman. We will be doing an extensive consultation process in the coming months with all parties who are interested to help us to identify future standards.
Now, as we regulate a volunteer network, isn't there concern that we could regulate them to the point where they don't want to do it anymore?
To the chair. So I think as you bring in new standards, you do identify issues with existing facilities and staffing and all kinds of other issues. So that's why I think it's exceptionally important to do the broad consultation to understand what those impacts are prior to just simply implementing a standard without understanding those broad implications.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll leave it at that. Speakers list. And just a reminder to councillors, if you have motions, please move them when your opportunity to speak comes. So,
Chair, I'm just going to have to be excused. My appointments were at the end of the day, not at the beginning. Councillor Cressy has motions.
Oh, Councillor Cressy will move your motions.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Very good day.
All right. Thank you very much. Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, and then Councillor Mihevc.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I can begin by placing a few motions. I have two that I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Fletcher, if they can be put on the screen, and I'll just move those, and then I have mine, which is a comprehensive motion. So if we, are the clerks ready? Yeah, you can move the two, which I'm taking carriage of on behalf of Councillor Fletcher. There they are, and then the third, which speaks to supportive housing, which I'd like to speak to in depth. So if mine can be put on the screen and stay there. Let me just begin by thanking all the deputants who came and spoke and have spent all day long here. Staff who have been here, both from the LIN, and I think it was a worthwhile exercise and a helpful one to have them here, but also our staff within SSHA, STFA, and others. I will say, and I believe this to my core, that the report that has been put in front of us here is a tremendous amount of work. I believe it is comprehensive. It was pulled together on a 1-month timeline, a more than 50-page report at our request. And while I believe the recommendations could be stronger, and I am moving recommendations that I believe are stronger, that is our role sitting at this table. To our staff, I want to thank them for the work that was done to get us here. We've spent a lot of time in the last few months on the discussion of the homelessness and shelter crisis that is in front of our city. And I think it is worth taking a moment, and as we move forward, to refocus our energies on the ultimate goal, which is ending chronic homelessness as the ultimate goal. And the focus, I think, in recent months has been, and for necessary and critical reasons, on improving our emergency response and to ensure that we have a more adequate and a more dignified shelter system. We need to do that, and I think recent measures like the approval to open 1,000 new beds, to increase the number of respite sites and get them open, measures that are included in this report to establish new standards for our respite and 24-hour drop-in sites. These are critical measures to ensure that we have a dignified and adequate emergency response. And we'll always need an emergency response. But if we are truly going to ensure that we have a system here that allows an entrance into the system, but a pathway out, and I'll say that it was a line that the former Minister of Health, Mr. Smitherman, used, an entrance in and a pathway out, that has to be our renewed focus as a city. And so while we have rising poverty, strained rental housing rates, increasing global instability, we can assume that there will be a need for an emergency response. So we need to do that. But until we address the underlying housing, transitional housing, supportive housing, and comprehensive wraparound health services to support it, we're not going to be able to have a pathway out. And so that's what my motion and the different items in my motion speak to here. We have currently 4,000 people in the shelter system who are staying on average more than 6 months. That's 21% of our shelter population. How do we ensure that the chronic homeless, whether they're at Sistering or whether they're at Seton House, how do we ensure that the chronic homelessness, we're helping to transition them out? The 14,000 people in this province on the waiting list for access point, for supportive housing, how do we make sure that they have access to supportive housing? The Wellesley Institute has identified that while that list is illustrative, it's not exhaustive. We probably have around 18,000 people on the waiting list for supportive housing. And frankly, after we do our street needs assessment, it might be more. So it's with that in mind that I'm putting forward here for City Council to adopt a clear target of 18,000 new supportive housing units, and for City Council to endorse that target based on the numbers in front of us. Moreover, a funding formula for that is to ensure that the Homes for Good program that has been established through a $90 million commitment to support 2,000 people, that we scale up the Homes for Good funding on a matching basis of $405 million from the province and $405 million from the feds. They have a homelessness partnering strategy. They have told us, tell us what the money will go for, and we will fund it. Well, here's what it's for. So it's time for the federal government to not talk about a national housing strategy, but support Toronto's housing strategy. The delivery mechanism being proposed here is the Homes for Good model, which is done in partnership with the city, and the city is the administrator of it. And I think critically, where are these homes? Is this doable? How do we create 18,000 new supportive housing units? The assumption here, and this is the Homes for Good model, is not that we have to go out and build 18,000 new units.
If you could...
Yes, I will wrap up. Is that we know if we were to try to build 18,000 new units, we wouldn't be able to do it quickly enough. So the model is here, a combination of building new, converting existing, which is what my motion speaks to around existing city assets, provincial and federal assets, and looking at the vacancies within TCHC, and an understanding of the private rental market as strained as it is. I'll conclude, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the indulgence, which is we've had a lot of critical discussion about shelters, and that doesn't stop. Getting those 1,000 built right away is important. Wrapping health services in with the new and the existing is critical. But it is time to scale up our focus on transitioning people out of the emergency response system and into a safe and supportive housing system so that people can live and live in dignity. And I think it's time for City Council to send a strong message on that, and more than time for the province and the feds to act on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cressy, for your $810 million motion. When I was your age, that was a lot of money. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to staff, thank you very much for the report. I would echo Councillor Cressy's comments. It was a lot of work and compiling the information in a very short period of time. I am encouraged, though, that all that information was readily available to you. You just had to make it available to us. So, so thank you for that. And I need to move my motions before I continue, so my apologies. If I could just have the motions placed on the screen. I want to also just to speak to the motions, because they're quite long, but I think it's going to get us to where we need to go with respect to continuing to reform the shelter system. And so Councillor Cressy actually did the work of what happens after people come into the facility and we want to get them out in terms of the pathway to stable housing. I'm going to deal with the shelter piece still, because I think that's still the component that actually still needs a lot of work. So the first thing that I want to highlight and identify is that within less than 3 days, 24 hours, 2 days, we have now seen staff now pick up 85 emails, 21 calls, and 9 potential sites that could be new shelter facilities by way of engaging 49,000 members of the Toronto Real Estate Board. I would like to go one step further and engage the entire City of Toronto through a crowdsourcing effort to make sure that everybody who has their eye on some type of property, bring it forward to us, let's have a conversation. So first thing is we want to know with the Toronto Real Estate Board what's available and bring that information back to us. And hopefully there will be even more for us to talk about the next time we meet. I also want to make sure that we're able to direct the city's existing shelter standards to some completion as we overlay that onto the respite programs. And I think that's what we had heard from HPAP repeatedly about is, you know, they're going to cherry pick the things that they will be able to work with. And I think I heard from staff is that that's already something that you're planning to do. So let's bring all that work into the light so we can see from a vantage point on what is exactly transpiring, which is why my motion is not saying to go off and do the work, but rather to bring it back because I know you've already started, and I want members from the Health Providers Against Poverty to understand. I've had conversations with the staff. I'm satisfied that the work is underway. They intend to bring minimum standards to the winter respites, and that's very, very important. I also want to ensure that all that information is going to be clearly communicated. One of the comments that came out from the deputants from HPAP was that perhaps there isn't, we can't be negotiating through the media. And because you've got the Winter Respite Working Group, I'm not directing staff to add them on. I know that staff are going to reevaluate that process and go back out to the service providers community to bring back more people to enlarge that conversation. So this is actually fairly exciting simply because the Winter Respite programs are up and running. There are a lot of learnings that can be found, but I understand from staff is that they're planning to expand the working group and to bring more voices, including the very important voices from HPAP, to the table, and hopefully that will be more formalized as we move ahead. So what we haven't really received so far from staff, which is something I know that is still in development, is what happens after April 15th. I'm extremely nervous about what happens after April 15th. The community of providers and users who are here today are extremely nervous about what happens after April 15th. You have to communicate that to us. You have to communicate this to the community of service providers, and most importantly, you've got to communicate that to the clients. They are nervous about what happens after April 15th when all of a sudden those facilities close, whether it's the Better Living Center or perhaps 354 George Street or the other 5 respite sites. And so that has to be clearly communicated online or by way of communication. I think we need to increase, this is not new, but we need to increase the funding from the province on Ontario Works as well as ODSP. Those funding allocations have to be realistic based on the cost of living and rent in the City of Toronto. I'm going to recommend that we amend recommendation 1 and 2. I'm not ready to thank the provincial government, to be quite honest. I think that we continue to engage them, bring them to the table, but they haven't done enough as far as I'm concerned. And although I appreciate the fact that we had colleagues from the LHINs who are here, it's been extremely frustrating because I think we can all pretty much agree, and I know Councillor Cressy certainly does, and Councillor Troisi will agree as well, is that it's very frustrating that the existing shelters and the population that's currently using those shelters did not get consideration through this new investment through the 5 pilot projects. I can't tell you how disappointed I was. I can also express to you that I advocated and tried to get one downtown existing shelter to their attention and say, just add one. Just simply add one, and they resisted every step of the way. So my recommendation is that we actually don't thank them yet, but we continue to engage them, and we make a specific request at 354 George Street, which magically appeared on our radar. It did not. We have been working through SSHA and the George Street revitalization to engage Infrastructure Ontario to release that property, to declare it surplus for some time. So for all of us, no, actually this is important. I will. But this is actually very important. So I'm not ready to thank them because we've been asking them for years while that property sat vacant to work with the City of Toronto to unlock that property, to turn into affordable housing, to work with us for the George Street revitalization, and it was dead silence. So until they're able to unlock George Street for us, so we can finish the George Street revitalization, until we can actually turn the Moss Park Armory into affordable housing or any other type of housing uses, I don't think we need to be so generous yet with the
Did you want to amend those at council? Because they're on the table for a vote now.
No, I know, but I'm just wrapping up.
Okay, so you'll amend that at council? You want to?
No, it's already on there. That's what the motion says. So we continue to work with the other orders of government to take a look at all their real estate assets. We share information all the time, but we're asking specifically for those two sites, George Street and Moss Park Armory. I'm sure there are others, but I think we need to make a specific ask. And with that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you and thank the deputants for coming out and sharing your very wise advice. Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll put the three motions on first and then go backwards and make general comments. Three motions. One is because there's so much in this report, 58-page report, there are, and it really is, its comprehensiveness demands really for us to kind of be able to keep tabs on a variety of pieces here. It's everything from how we're doing with LINs, how we're doing with improving shelter and respite standards, how are we managing on the dollar side, how are we managing with the refugee side of the work. It's almost like at the TTC, we have a benchmark system actually with a red, green, yellow, and very short narrative as to how we're doing with the various pieces of the transportation or public transit file. So that's asks, and then of course there's the public piece. So both, you know, how often do we need a report here at CDNR? I know it's a priority area of work. And then also with open data, how do we get information out to the public, asking staff to investigate that, and then come back with a good strategy for communicating internally with us and externally with the public. Second motion is around asking staff to look at a community shelter reference group. This is a forum, but it has its restrictions, this forum, of having deputations, presentations. You can ask questions, but they can't participate more deeply than making presentations. We need a place where people can let their hair down, where all of us are sitting as colleagues and partners. And how that is structured, I don't know. I would have some ideas on it. But to look at a community shelter reference group with good representatives from the community side, staff side, maybe the political side, I don't know. It needs to be thought through. I think would be a place where if we had that, then the big tension and anxiety that happens here might be able to be channeled in a good and healthy direction. And the third motion is around drop-in programs. We've done a lot of work on shelters. Drop-in programs are not bandages on bandages. Drop-in programs are actually a vital, vital part. Sometimes it's the last institution that people check into before they fall off the cliff, call it, and become homeless. So looking at, and we had some good deputations on that today, and that's asking for a report, frankly, through the budget process for 2019 on how we can strengthen that sector. I think eviction prevention, supports for folks as they are losing housing, as they are couch surfing, as they are connecting with drop-in centers, is a real tactical. We've done reports on this in the past, and every time we do a report on drop-in centers, we find that, holy smokes, they play a bigger role than everyone imagined in homelessness prevention. So that's why the third motion is there. Let me say generally, though, on this report, I have never seen a more comprehensive report. So I'm not sure who's the author or how this magic happened, but this is an anchored document. Everyone's smiling, so you should smile because you know what? It's really good. I've never seen anything so comprehensive and go in so many different directions in all my years on this committee. So I would call it an anchor document, an anchor report. This allows us to basically then go in different directions. Intergovernmental with the lenses, internally with us, looking at drop-ins, looking at shelters, looking at transitional shelters, looking at respites, looking at transitional housing. Like it really covers a lot of ground. So I would give it, frankly, very high marks. That isn't to say that we've accomplished the big task. The big task is frankly in front of us, and of course we're going to need the support of advocates, the broader community. We need the support of the mayor. We need the support of council. We need We need, frankly, the support of faith communities. We need the support of the media, who has been doing a good service in reporting on issues that confront the homeless community. We need a lot of folks rowing in the same direction to put a stronger dent into this issue. I think it's been a very interesting journey the last several months. I think we are in a new space now as a City Hall, but we have to seize the moment, and I think this report helps us with the base, and now we have to build on that and move it, regular reporting back, regular pushing the goalpost further and further. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you very much. I have one motion that we'll put on the screen. Boost Child and Youth Advocacy Center came to meet with me again recently. That's Peter McKay and his group. And we talked very much about homeless youth and the work they're doing there, engaging families in solutions for abusive household situations and housing options. And I think it's important that we have a dialogue between our shelter system and what Boost can offer as far as their wraparound services. And in an earlier motion, should remind you, we referred you to family support services over in the Canadian military. There's a high percentage of veterans, young veterans who are homeless, who end up in our shelters, and Canadian Armed Forces have what I would describe as an impressive program. I had a tour where they can provide supports if we refer properly. So do you want to take it as a package or yeah? Okay, so I thank committee members, I thank staff for a wonderful report and the progress we're making on this file. I want to thank members of the public, the deputants, for being here today, and once again apologize for any misunderstanding this morning. So as a package, sure. All those in favor of the package?
All those in favor, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Cressy, and Councillor Pasternak. That carries unanimously.
One more thing. Item is amended. Do you want to record it? Okay. Item is amended. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much once again.